Hello, everybody, and welcome to another PmP end of month review. This one, December 2016. That's right. Christmas has come and gone. The New Year's is over. All of these things have happened. And boy, was it great. Right, Jeff?
Oh, it was awesome. All the stuff I got this year, man,
It was
amazing.
amazing.
Like,
Yes.
how did they know? How did Santa know?
So it is only the two of us here to begin this review, though we may be joined at some point in time later on by our third member. So Kieran will probably be joining us a little later, but I am joined by my esteemed colleague, Jeff. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Vince, I'm doing pretty well. Looking forward to giving some commentary on these awesome looking miniatures this month.
I agree. This was another great month, and I think that I'm excited to take a look at everything. The holiday season is always great for painting. That's what I say. You get a little bit of time, hopefully off of work, get lots of models done. I think that's what we're going to see reflected here. So I would say at normal rules apply, we'll be reviewing everything that is in the end of month submit, everything tagged with that in the PmP Google Plus hobby community. If you know what that is and you're already a member and you already submitted, then we're going to review your stuff. If you want to join up and join us on your hobby journey, the PmP link is down below. Go ahead and click that, ask to join. We'd love to have you along. There's no level of skill required from somebody first putting brush to paint to miniature to people who are masters who've been doing it for years. We welcome all and try to provide good feedback for everyone to help them take whatever their next step is in their hobby journey. Right? Anything to add to that, Jeff?
That's excellent. And I'd just like to add that, we tend to move at a fairly brisk pace because we have so many great entries to look through and to consider each month. But the main task is the community's task of the liking, the commentary that everyone makes, the encouragement that people give throughout the month. We're here at the end of the month to kind of celebrate what's been accomplished and to keep track of people as they continue their hobby journey and to give a little bit of advice here and there to try to improve things. So we often give one or two key pieces of advice to the people who have painted miniatures for the month, but it's everyone's job to keep up that encouragement and that positivity that we're trying to stand for here. So hats off again to everyone for doing that this month, and we're looking forward to giving it the precise, specific overview we're going to give right now.
Couldn't agree more with everything you said. Absolutely, sir. 100% on board for that. All right, so you ready? Have you focused your chi? Are you dialed in? Are you aggressive, BE aggressive? You ready?
I'm fully caffeinated, Vince. So I'm
there
ready
you
to
go. Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Then let's do it. We're going to jump right in. Okay. Tell me you can see my screen okay, and we'll get going.
Yes, I can.
All right. So we're going to get going here with the very first submission from December 1st from John Mason. And this was actually his month 2 submission for the current Budget of Sigmar army building project. So he's got a Chaos Lord on a Demonic Mount Nurgle and 5 Centaurs. Let's take a look. So I'm going to actually swing over to a group shot that's later on here. There we go. Because I think a lot of the things I'm going to say we can see here. So John, super cool and fun conversion. The adding of the Marauders on top of the horses, a classic Centaur conversion there. You've used a couple interesting heads and helmets too. I like these choices you've made. Very, very fun, cool weapons. Like you're really using a lot of different bits and stuff here from different kits. I see weapons from around the Chaos world getting thrown onto these guys, like some Chaos Knight halberds and spears and stuff, and all sorts of fun things. So I dig all of that. I like the big weapons. I think it makes them look more aggressive. What I want to compliment you on here is your horse coloration. I like the way that you've done a very nice natural brown. I like the way you've gone into their socks and made it black. I think that's really good. And I think that your bases here, like your base tones, are all pretty solid. I don't see any colors that really jump out at me as being a little crazy. I think this red could use a little bit of shadow to it, but for the most part, you've got a lot of good color placement here. I think what I would challenge you with, John, for units like these are, I'd love to see two things happen. One, a little more detail, like a little more wash a little more highlight. The skin and stuff especially feels just a little flat. I feel like the horses have more tonal variation than the flesh guys on top, and it makes them look kind of dissonant to each other. Okay. The second thing I would say is this stuff we got to correct. Okay. Like right in here where I can see this massive, massive line where his arm was not sealed properly to the body. Like, and I see you got others here where that's not the case. So always just give your models a look when you know, especially when you're converting. This can be really really important. My advice would be take a look at, grab yourself some, say, Vallejo plastic putty. Comes in a little dropper bottle. You can squeeze it out onto a pallet real quick. You just whip it right in the spot, let it dry. It dries in like 5 minutes, so it's super fast. Then you can just sand it off, or even take your finger and wet it and just smooth it off with your finger. That'll actually work. So all in all, and then I think those two things, and you'd really take these guys up to the next level. Now let's take a look at this insane conversion here. So Jeff, do you see this nightmare here that I'm presented with?
Nurgly.
So this is John, I want to compliment you for a very creative conversion. With the writer from, I don't remember which guy this is, but he's one of the,
it's not Blow Up a Rot Spawn, is it?
I don't remember. I can never keep the three of them straight.
It's Morbidex Twiceborn.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Morbidex. So he's the Nurgling guy, I think. So he does look Nurgling-esque. So great combination of him, and then I think that's the body from, is that the body from like the big elephant thing from the ogres? Is that what that is?
No, what that is actually, I thought it was a Mornfang.
I feels too big to be, or too small, or too big to be. I don't know.
No, the combination. It's a Mornfang. I'm positive of it. And then he took the Ripper or Spine Maw or whatever the Nurgle mount's name is, bit and put it on the front.
Yep. So it's a great combination of different bits from multiple kits. I really like that. Now, what I'll say here is I think your challenge with this guy is we just need to see some cleanup with the paint. One, we have a few too many different kind of colors going on. I know you've got your bright green orc heads and stuff, but we need to bring all this together. I didn't need the purple tentacles and the red wraps and the bright green teeth and the different color green orc heads and all this. Get rid of some of these colors. Some of these need to move into neutral tones. And I think what I would work on is just keeping it a little cleaner in your paint job. Now, I'm going to assume that there's going to be a good base put under this model because this guy's a really nice conversion, and I'm going to assume we're going to see a nice base here. Same with the riders. I'm giving you a pass for now. This is your one, but I better see some bases on those futures unless you're waiting until the very end to base the whole army. And then finally up here with this sort of rusty standard from the Blight Kings, I think is where that's from. Am I right, Jeff?
I believe that's actually from... it's either the Blight Kings or it's the Plague Bearers. I think it might be the Plague Bearers.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure.
Whichever one that is. I'd love to see some more variation going on up here. I understand we're going for a rusty sort of, old standard. The problem is it just looks like it's not painted. It looks like you just painted it one color and called it a day, or threw a wash over it and called it a day. And if we're going to go rusted, I want to see some variation. I want to see some oranges and stuff like that. And similarly, I'd like to see that happen throughout all the metal. If you're going to rust or weather some of it, do all of it. And Nurgle's a great chance to play around with that kind of stuff. So there we go. But very, very cool conversion, very creative, and very, very unique. That's a super unique model you have made and something you should be very proud of. Cool. All right, over to you and Skeleton Flowers Piggy.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's once a month that I get to compliment Skeleton Flowers painting. And obviously you guys all well know that I really admire the style. But here I think it's just the absolute perfect model for his method of painting. We've got a simple paint scheme, just a couple of different colors, and it's really powerful. I want to point everyone's attention to a couple of things in particular. So we know that Skeleton Flower uses that high contrast, and he uses the line highlighting technique that I'm partial to. Notice the way that the lines work here. when he's doing a ripple of like piggly, arm fat, it's going horizontal. When he's doing the face, it's going curved but vertical. And when he's doing the stomach, all of the points in the line, all of the lines rather, are heading to that center point, which is where the pressure is from the little incision there, whatever we got going on in the belly. Similarly, you can see it on like the feet, how all of the lines are going in the direction of the striation of the hoof. And so it's just a really well done thing. The other thing I want to point your attention to is the way he highlighted the eyes. I think if most people were to paint those, they wouldn't have quite highlighted it that way, but I think it works really well. It's very powerful. The pig is looking straight at you with these two pupils that are highlighted right toward the middle. And instead of looking cross-eyed, it works for this model. Usually if you paint the pupils and the highlight points of the pupils at the on the insides of the eyes for both of them, they'll look kind of stupid and cross-eyed. But with this model, it's working. I don't quite know why. I think it might be the nature of a pig's eye or a horse's eye versus a human's eye, but it's really powerful and effective. And I think Skeleton Flower tends to just kind of intuit this stuff, or perhaps he's doing a lot more research than I do when I paint models. But either way, it's working and it's impressive. He said he's going to give this to a friend as a gift, and I think that that's going to be a really excellent holiday present for your friends. So really something to be proud of here. It's good work.
Yeah, for being such a tiny model, it's just really cool. I love it. It's great. And I agree with the eyes. I think it works because of the brows being weighted towards the other side and creating hot points here and here, right? So that the really exposed part of the eyes here, and also the width between the eyes is really wide, right?
Gotcha. Yep, that's probably it, yeah.
So, and also because they are an animal's eyes, and animals' eyes are different. So
right, they don't have the pupil in the same kind of way.
Yeah, you don't tend to see the whites of animals' eyes.
Unless they're really angry or scared.
Or scared, yep, exactly. Okay. All right, so I'll quickly talk about this guy because he was fun. So this was a ReaperCon exclusive figure. I believe it is available now, but it came from ReaperCon 2016. And as soon as I got him, yes, Mr. Pumpkinhead Night, the Halloween night. As soon as I got him, I was very excited because I really wanted to paint this guy. He has a lot of things I love. He has a very ornate armor, a mix of plate and sort of scale, which is always fun to paint. He's got a big sweeping cloak. He's got a really interesting shield and a tombstone sort of, or not tombstone, coffin lid, I guess. Yeah, there you go. The problem was when I opened him up, I had the blister, the new blister that I got there. And when I opened him up, his weapon arm was missing because he normally has like a sword that he has in his hand. So I dug around and I found this white lion axe or whatever it is. I think it's from like one of the elf kits. And I really liked this axe on him because I like axes, from the pumpkin head thing that had sort of a head taker kind of thing. And the thing I'll say about this is this guy wasn't, he isn't painted for any kind of competition or anything. He was just painted for funsies, but I used his painting for funsies as a chance to experiment with a couple techniques that I knew I wanted to use later on competition models. So if you are trying to paint to like a display quality level or a competition level, it can be fun to use just kind of your funsies figs to still practice one or two techniques. So for me here, it was the stone, right? It was this sort of very beveled stone technique because none of this cracking is real, right? All of that's sort of freehand and all that. And so it was a fun chance to try to play around with stone coloration and wear and tear and stuff like that, as well as playing with a little bit of like cloth texturing and that kind of thing. So yeah, he was super fun and I love him. I'm very happy with how he came out. Little pumpkin night. The one thing I'm disappointed with him in is the axe. The color in this part of the fig is wrong. This axe head should have been this cloak color, and this switch these two. Yeah, switch these two. That was wrong. The green should be down here striking against the base, and the orange should be up in the air to fully create the bright triangle between his head.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good observation.
So, oops.
Well, that's why it's practice, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Like it's good to practice and then really look at it critically and be like, okay, where did I go wrong? Well, there's one place I went real wrong. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun.
Yeah, I think it looks really nice, Vince. Despite that issue that you point to that would make it look even better. I mean, it doesn't look bad like this. But I think if you were pushing for a way to prove it slightly, I think that's a way to do it, flipping those colors. But I think that, can we go back to the stone just for another minute? I just want to take a look at it, and have everyone appreciate the amount of work that goes on there. So you notice that Vince is painting the dark cracks with the highlights underneath, which gives that 3D effect. But beyond that, and I imagine before you even put the freehand on, you did a lot of interesting weathering with browns and greenish hues. So it's kind of subtle there. It might be difficult for people to see, but that's the kind of attention that it requires to do that sort of work. So I don't want to let that just go by that quickly, because I know you don't want to brag about your own stuff, but that came out really well.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, it's a little bit of back and forth. So you kind of weather the all over stone and stipple it. Then you do the cracks, and then you start pushing the colors towards the edge of the cracks, right? You can see like a little bit of blue here and here. There's a little bit of red here and here, right? You kind of push these strange color variations into the stone to kind of show the alterations in the pattern. Yeah, mm-hmm. So it's a very fun way to paint stone. It is, you know, more time consuming, probably unsurprisingly, but I think it does have a really nice effect. Yeah,
sure.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't I just continue on with?
Yeah, sure.
This. And then if you want to take Hashut's
land speeder, yeah.
Yes, his land speeder. Okay. So this was another figure that. So this was originally going to be for a competition, and then very early on, I realized that was not going to be possible because this fig is an utter nightmare. Samurai armor and like samurai clothing is incredibly detailed and complicated. It needs to have like patterns in it. It has all these little buttons and everything. And I just don't think you can really, at least I can't. There are probably people out there who can, but I cannot do it service at this scale. Most of the good samurai stuff I see are busts or like 54 minimum or more often 75 millimeter models, where people can do the necessary freehand. So I've got some in here. Like I tried to work it in. You can see his, you can see on his, I don't even know what it's called, his sort of cloth armor underneath his armor, his cloth robe or whatever. And on this sheath for his katana, for his daisho or whatever, that I tried to work in some freehand patterning and things like that. Certainly runes on the flag and the paintings on his banners, which these have some kind of name. I don't remember what it is. But I just ended up deciding, you know what, I'm not going to worry about getting this guy to competition level. But again, I'm going to use him to practice stuff. So practice doing some freehand and painting some scenes and working in very small freehand. Just a chance to really kind of mess with that. A chance to, I played around with a new recipe for non-metallic gold on this model, which I liked and ended up using later in the month. You'll see on a competition piece that I did end up doing. So it's good to just experiment and play with stuff, and then that lets you use it later. So there you go. Yeah.
I've got some 2 cents that I'd like to throw in when it comes to the freehand on that the mountain that you got there, the volcano.
Yes.
So I'm just looking at this. I'm thinking, so you have that smoke that's coming out of the volcano, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the 2 clouds in the background. But to my mind, the clouds in the background would probably be further back than the volcano smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, if you were to paint something like this again, would it make sense, and think through this with me because I'm not positive of this, but would it make sense for those clouds in the back to be slightly darker or like a little grayer, I should say, so that because the most vibrant portions of the cloud would be like white or close to white, and those would be in the foreground with the mountain, and the other clouds in the back being a little darker? Or what do you think?
I think you're probably right. I think this side's going to show it as much as well. I think you're probably right. Like, I think you need to push these into the background, even though it's not entirely accurate, right? Like you could have white clouds in the sky, but I think artistically you're right, because you need this to be the forefront piece. So you want these to be more in the background. So maybe they should just have like a thin white line, right, to show kind of the ridge highlight basically on the clouds, whereas you still want to be darker so they fall back. I think you're right there.
Yeah, and similarly, I guess with the waves. So there should be the crests of the waves, if there are little ripples closest, should be the brightest white, and then it should get darker and darker as you get closer to the base of the mountain to kind of make it look a little bit more 3D on the 2D. It's hard to bend your mind around that because it's like not the way we paint when we paint miniatures. So
Right.
I know you've been doing a lot of stuff with this two-dimensional freehand for competition piece projects, and it's not really my area of expertise, but I always want to try to think through it with you because it's out of my box.
No, I think you're absolutely right, because one of the things with it's sort of a funny thing about sky earth like this is all sky earth painting, right? So when you're doing sky earth horizon line stuff, whether it's non-metallic metal or not, your center line here needs to be the darkest for the earth and the brightest for the sky. Okay.
Yep.
Like this area down here, and then that's why it darkens up toward the top. And I think you're right, to push it back, these clouds should have been darker as well. And the items in the foreground where the ocean has gotten brighter need to also then be, the little wave crests need to also be brighter and stand out more as well. Yep. I think you are correct.
Something to think about. And I don't frankly know how to do it well, but something to bear in mind, I guess.
No, it's good feedback. I think you're exactly right. I had not thought about it until you said it, but I think you're dead on. All right. Fun stuff. I'm happy to add him to my crew. He was the last member of that crew I had been waiting on for a while, so happy to have you there. All right.
Cool.
Shit. We got to talk about photo taking, but all right, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, that's where I was going to start too, because we can't really start to give you the good feedback that you deserve until we've got great photographs. I mean, in your introduction, Hasha, you mentioned that you wanted to get better photos of the base, and because you wanted us to see that in particular. But yeah, I think we need good photos all around. So what we need from you is just to grab a big old piece of construction paper, or the inside of a book that might be white or black or gray, or some combination of those three would be fine, just to give us a nice even background there. And then we've talked previously about getting a nice bright light on your model, but usually diffused is better. So a little bit of fabric over that would accomplish that kind of thing. So for only like 10 or 15 bucks, you can get yourself a really good setup. So consider looking into that, and contact us directly if you want more information about that, or just ask people on the site, because people in the PmP know how to take good quality photos, so they can give you the advice you might need if you want specifics. But from what we can see here, you've got your pretty standard ultramarine color scheme. Just blue, gold, and silver. But what I'm seeing here, and the thing I think that you might want to push a little bit, and again, it's hard to see because of the photograph, but I'd like to see a little bit more line highlighting. It looks like you've got some line highlights on the hard edges in a couple of places here, but it's hard to tell. And so maybe you want to do one more highlight on just the sharpest corners. So yeah, it looks like all these lines do have, all these hard edges do have line highlighting, but maybe just to differentiate for example, the front, we've got the hood. So you've got line highlights on all of those sharp edges there, but just hitting the corners on those raised pieces of metal, the 3 raised pieces of metal that we see on the front of the hood of the land speeder, that would make it a little bit more three-dimensional, a little bit more impressive from a couple feet away. And Vince, can we skip to, there's this, I think it's the second photo, we can see this. You put the water slide transfer on there, but then on the shoulder pad of the ultramarine that's doing the driving, but there's this little piece of white there, and I don't know what happened, if that's just a part of the transfer that kind of came off, or if you hit it with a little dollop there. But yeah, just going back and cleaning up those sorts of things will be an important thing for you. But overall, I mean, this looks pretty solid, and your painting is fairly neat in terms of color application. You've got all the metal in the right places, you got all the blue in the right places, but doing a little bit more highlighting, and also taking some better photographs so we can get in there and see a little bit more in depth. Those are the two things that I'd recommend to you.
Yeah, I agree on all counts. And yes, my guess on that piece would be it's part where the transfer had kind of come loose or whatever. As somebody who's worked with plenty of transfers for my Bretonians, I can tell you, I understand it's a real pain, because if you get them just a little bit too wet, bloop, the house falls down. And my answer there is let that happen, get rid of that piece, and just go back in and freehand cut the difference. Like because it's not that hard. If you're just missing a little chunk, right? You're just painting and connecting the dots between the two. It's not a big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can do that. That's you can do that. All right, cool. All right, let's move on. So I thought we'd look at Tom Stevens' completed Necromunda table together. Jeff, what do you think about that?
I'd love to, yeah.
This is absolutely fantastic. Can we just take a moment to all take this in? I really want to let the audience really just drink in this image because I think this is just a heck of an awesome table. I mean, what's your feeling on it?
Well, beyond the painting, which is really cool, and the printed mat that he's got, that also is a really nice touch. I mean, those are the sorts of things we couldn't do back in the days when Necromunda first came out because they didn't exist, those mouse pad tables, but they had a really nice texture. But so beyond all that and the way that he's presented it here, this is an awesome table to play on because this is a guy who knows what Necromunda is all about and the fact that you need hardcover. And so from a balance perspective of ensuring that there's cover throughout the entire table, you've done an excellent job here. So often people will play a game of Necromunda or Mordheim and they'll have a couple of tall buildings or they'll have a couple of pieces of scattered terrain to provide cover, but it's hard to build up the amount of terrain that's necessary to play that game right. Same thing with Inquisitor, the larger scale game that Games Workshop came out. You really need a lot of terrain on the table to make it work. And so Tom's done a great job here of not only assembling all that terrain, I mean acquiring and building, but also painting it up to look really, really cool and to be a colorful, nice, futuristic looking world. So my hat's off to you. I think that this is a really awesome table. I'm jealous that you get to play on it.
I totally agree. Like as I am admittedly inexperienced in the Necromunda world, but I have spent countless hours of my life within the dirty streets of Mordheim. So just, transporting that understanding, because I know the games are very similar, I can say that I am super jelly of this table. Just look at all the LED effects. Did you catch all the LED stuff he's got going on?
He's got that 1980s, static thing too. Over the pink thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I think we saw that maybe like 3 months ago or 2 months ago. But I love the crane. I love the danger, sort of written on there. I love all the different glow effects. I love that he's got the little screen. He had shared that a couple months back, right?
Yep, that's right.
If everybody can see that, that's like you can get these little LEDs. I saw them at Adepticon last year. I thought it was super cool because you can actually have a little advertisement playing. Just really cool. Tom, and Andover, super great work. You have something to be very proud of here. I think it's awesome. So just want to take a minute to share that with everyone because I think you're going to have a lot of jealous people reaching out to you to want to come play Necromunda with you. That's what I think. And you're going to have some availability for this table. Is it open for public use? When can I book it? That's the question.
All right. So can we scan through quickly and see the group photos because he's going to give us some close-ups here, action shots.
There you go. Nice Dread 3D. It's pretty awesome. There you go. There's our little Spencer's gift ball. Yeah. Great use of that. I love the levels and there's so much going on here, right?
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, because if you don't have that kind of terrain in Mordheim or Necromunda, it just becomes this scrum in the center that's not... It's like, it reminds me of when people first started playing AOS.
Right,
they were taking pictures of it, and they were like, oh, this game's gross. It's just a big jumble in the center. And like everyone who knew anything about game design was like, that's not how you're supposed to play it,
Right, get out your terrain. It's a new world. You can actually have an exciting battlefield. And boy, I mean, Necromunda, Mordheim have always been fantastic games for that. And does this just proves it right here. You know what I mean? It's fantastic. We got one more. One more. There you go. I love the very subtle some of the lighting. It's just awesome.
Yeah, it's all very 80s. I like it.
Absolutely. All right. So great stuff, guys. Okay, let's move on. We've each got one here. How about that? So you can take you take mine and I'm taking yours. How's that sound?
Yeah, I won't make the joke. Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
All right. You can go first and then we'll come back and pick up. All right,
cool.
Go right ahead.
So this is one of your toughest girls in the galaxy miniatures, right? That you
Yes,
kickstarted.
correct.
Yeah. So here we've got another example of you doing that pool of blood, which we had talked about in a previous month, if I recall correctly. So I really like the basing on here. You've got really awesome snow effects. It doesn't look overdone. That's the essence to my mind of a good base is you're you've got a lot of materials there, but none of them are overbearing, and you're not overusing any one of the materials. And there's an art to that you've taken to mastering. And otherwise, I really like the color composition of this model here. You've got the really pallid flesh, pink, purple, but they're very muted in the way that you've highlighted them. I think you probably added some gray or maybe some like bleach bone type color to them to highlight them up, which brings them all together. I imagine you used the same color to highlight to tie the whole model together. Is that true?
Yes, her flesh is the color that was used to highlight up purple. Yes.
There you go. Yeah. So for people who don't know, when you use the same color to blend in your highlights, it ties the model together. It can sometimes it can make it look almost like a like bleached out with gray, or it can make it look more bright if you go with the yellowish white. So there are different effects that you can go based on what kind of display you want to make. But no, overall, I think this is awesome. I really, really like how pallid her flesh looks, and how she looks like some kind of like almost like a zombie in like all the it's like a Dark Eldar witch in 40K, if you're familiar with that.
Absolutely.
Or I guess Dark Elves is the same kind of thing. The oh god, I'm already forgetting the name. What's the crazy witch elves in fantasy? So I think that the flesh looks really, really good, and overall I think this is just a nice looking model. I like the way that you highlighted up the hair as well. So it goes from a really deep purple to almost like a pink and a light pink mixed in. Yeah, there you go. You can see it, especially as we turn it around. So this is a testament to what you can do with just a handful of colors and the same color used as the mix to highlight in. You can achieve quite a bit with a small color palette. And it makes the model look very, I don't know, unified, I guess is the word I'd use.
Yeah, and that was certainly the goal. She was a bit of a speed pain. The thing that I'm very angry about was this seam line right here. I couldn't get rid of. Like, I hate this thing.
I thought that was a strap. Okay.
Nope, it's a seam line, and it bothers me to this day. Like, it's all I can see when I look at the model. Despite the fact, like, I scraped it, and like it's really hard to get a little sanding stick in there or anything, because it's right sort of in a bad position there.
Yeah.
And even I should have put more varnish over it beforehand, but I was like, knowing that this was going to be a speed paint, I came to it and I was like, all right, it's enough. I called it. You win, seam line. You win this time.
Sure. Yeah.
But there you go. Well, cool. Yeah.
But very nice for a speed paint, especially.
Yeah, she was fun to do. She's a little messy. Like, if I was critiquing my own self, I can see like areas where I'm not as clean as I should be with her.
Yeah, on the dagger, some of the highlights on the uppermost dagger.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. All right. Let's talk about some old school ogres.
Oh God.
Here we go. Model. This guy. All right. So was this your first ogre for your Blood Bowl team?
It is. Yeah. There's 5 more to go. It's gonna take me many weeks to paint them because I'm not as fast as you. But yeah, first one.
All right. And so we should begin with the reference picture. Here we go. The Oldheim ogres, classic. There was a time when ogres in most fantasy art were portrayed with yellow skin. This was a thing in the 80s. Ogres always had a very jaundiced look to them. If you look at a lot of fantasy art from the 80s, and so here we can see that's been simplified. These guys are rocking some red, white, and blue. They're primary colors, baby. Yellow, blue, red.
Disgusting.
All right, so let's see how you've decided to capture that. Okay, so you've decided to keep the red and the blue. You did jettison the yellow skin. All right.
Though I did go for much more orangey than I usually do. I usually do more What's the color I use? I use Bugman's Glow, which is a more reddish, and here I
Uh-huh.
went with Talon Flesh, which is more
Gotcha.
orangey. So yeah, I went that way with it.
Gotcha. Um, so I like it. It's super classic. I love his little skirt. What I want to point out to everyone here that I really love is the bruising on the nose that you tried to capture. I would imagine a nose that's been broken a couple times. Is that what we're going for there?
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. And the fact that I can get that, having not talked to Jeff beforehand about this, right? Like I didn't know that was going to be the case. That tells me he has succeeded in his goal here and in what he was trying to communicate through his painting. So I love all the flesh. I think it looks great. I think you've got some good highlights worked in there, good muscle structure, good shadows. Everything's smooth. I like especially the face is very expressive. You've got a lot of great deep recess colors worked in there well. I think and I know you're going for a little more flat scheme to go classic and old school, right?
Yeah, sure.
I guess my one thing is I'd still love to see that steel broken up a little more. Like your steel is really uniform, right?
Yeah, the strange thing is there are three highlights on there of the different. You go up to from like lead. I'm using the GW, so lead belcher to
Oh, I know you're using GW paints. I can
yeah,
see the texture from here.
because you hate the yeah exactly. Some of that's the old metal model too, where it's just a weird sculpting. Yeah, so it does give that effect. But yeah, also the metal paints leaves that nasty texture on there. I know you hate the that metal, but yeah, and part of it too is the picture not allowing it to come through. So
Sure.
if I were to turn it slightly in real life, you'd see the dark metal and the light metal highlighted there. But yeah, so you can see a little bit actually, and it's actually kind of sloppy on the that buckle in the middle of the back.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh
see
yeah,
that?
sure.
You
There.
you
Yep.
can
Yep.
see there that there's a couple of highlights there, and actually it makes it look a lot thicker than. Might have to go back and touch that up. But yeah, also I used a matte varnish that really dulled it down in a way that I didn't expect it to. I mean, I know matte varnish always does that, but I think because they're metal, I used like 3 coats of matte varnish, and that might have dulled it even more than it normally would.
Yeah. I'll tell you, for in my mind, I think so I don't matte varnish after I put metals on. My general rotation is to lay down, like I've got my whatever paint's going to be my primer and zenithal on top, right, or whatever. I know you're painting over black, and we've argued about that before, but I would say I usually save the metals for dead last, and then especially on metal models, I'll give them a spray of like gloss out of the airbrush, and then give them a really solid tester's dull coat before I put any of the metal on. And your metal paint will lie down, like acrylic metal paint will lie down. Any acrylic paint will lie down pretty smoothly over varnish.
Mm-hmm.
So you can varnish the whole model and then put the metal stuff on. And metal paint also tends to be tough enough to withstand handling and stuff. So you could do that and it would keep some of your shine, probably. Just a way to think about like the way you orient it. I know we tend to think like, oh, I only varnish at the end, but you can varnish in the middle too.
Sure, yeah, and I do that sometimes on big models when I'm going to be touching them a lot because there's no way
Right.
to hold them on like a little paint pot or whatever you might use
Yep.
to not touch the model. So yeah, no, that's a really good point. It's something I'll keep in mind for sure. One other thing, thinking about the metal here, is I wanted it to be shinier and to be brighter, to be like that weird, crazy primary color thing that
Yep.
you saw in the picture there, the reference picture. So I usually use Nuln Oil just straight. But this time I cut it with Lamian medium, so it was almost like 1 part black to 2 parts medium.
Yep.
So it gave a much fainter. So I don't have the contrast in the metal that I normally might there. So that's another decision I made that I'm thinking twice about now. But so you definitely picked up on something that's really instructive. Now, of course, I've committed myself with 1 model, so I have to do the other 5 like this. But in future projects, I'm going to definitely keep all that in mind.
Sure. All in all, though, I think you're very successful. It's a great paint job on a very old but very characterful model, and
Yeah.
the face is so successful, and that's where everybody's gonna be looking when they look at this guy. That and his dainty little hot pants. So
And the sweet goblin green base that's coming back. Me and like
I
3 other people online are making it happen. So
that's not gonna happen. Over my cold dead body, that be a thing that happens. All
oh
right.
God.
So I'll tell you what, why don't I take Chubby Sore's Blood Warriors here, and then I see that Matthew has a couple of submissions. Do you want to go through both the mats?
That'd be perfect. Let's do it.
All right. So Chubby Sore, we got some Blood Warriors. Okay. So these are very fun. We've got a lot of interesting things going on here that I want to address. First of all, welcome back. As you mentioned there, you hadn't been posting a while, but I'm glad to see you posting again. So that's good. We're always happy for that. Things that I very much like about this, a little bit of blood effects, but they're used sparingly and very well. The blood on the edge of the axes and stuff looks great. You drug it back from the chopping edge of the blade to make it look like they had cut into something and then wrenched their axe out. And so it left that hack sort of like streaks on it. That's fantastic. Well done there. I like the deep reds you've got. You've got some very deep crimsons going on there that have a good wash edge around them. For the most part, the painting is very clean. That is to say, I don't see the metal getting onto the red or the red getting onto the metal. Everything looks placed quite well. So that's all solid. Now let's talk about the sort of glaring issue with these guys. And that is the yellow. Okay. We were going for a little highlight here, and I suspect we got tired of trying to use regular red and regular orange, which is hugely transparent. And the highlight wasn't building up fast enough, and so we went straight up to like some kind of sun yellow, like an Uriel yellow or something, and we dropped it on there, and boy, is it bright. And if this is, and I don't think it's meant to be a pattern on them. I think you're meaning it to be a highlight. If I'm wrong and you're literally meaning this to be some kind of pattern, then I would say we need to clean up that pattern because it's rough. But I think you mean this to be highlights. And if that's the case, it's way too stark of a transition. Like it's, I can see every edge of this yellow against the red, every one. So how do we correct this? Well, what you're doing here isn't crazy. You just didn't do the last step, okay? And the last step is you take your midtone of your red, whatever the middle color is of your red, you thin it down, and you wash very carefully, or glaze, really, to be accurate. But you might have to do a couple layers, so it just depends on how thick you make it. But you go over all of this again. So let's just take this guy's helmet ridge here. I would take this down to my thin mid-tone red, let's say about this color of red right here, okay? And I would thin it out and I would wash or glaze over all of this and his helmet and here and these edges of this knee pad. And that's going to bring, it's going to turn these yellows orange, and the brightest parts of the yellow can still show through. And I would do it a couple times until I had smoothed out the edges and brought this more in line. It will make the transition much less stark, okay? Because right now, it doesn't look like you have highlighted red. It looks like they wandered and hit their heads in yellow paint cans, okay? And I don't think that's what you want, because the rest of these models are really solid. You've got some great variation in your metal. You've got wonderful control. You've got good blood effects. You've got solid basing going on here. I like so much of what you're doing. This part is letting you down.
And you know what, Vince, to add on to that quickly is, so if he were to mute that down like you suggested with some glazing, which is very easy to do as you mentioned, it's going to make the eyes glow a lot more, because right now the yellow eyes are being lost next to the bright yellow that's scattered all around the helmet. But if you glaze it all down, the eyes are going to really glow and pop out, because that's the only point of yellow on the model.
Yep, I agree, absolutely.
So they'll look more ferocious too.
Yep, it'll draw your eye where it should be, because the eyes should be a focus, right? That's where your eyes should be drawn to their eyes. And so by getting rid of the other similar colors, you'll make that happen. All right, moving on. Which one should I start with here?
You know, let's start with the one on the right.
Okay.
And we could move. You could just keep moving straight through, because it's really the same comments that I've got for both groups of models.
All
so
right.
Let me say first
while you talk.
Yeah, please do. So Matthew, I really like the paint scheme that you've used here, and and before we leave this photo, we got to focus on the banner too. So maybe I'll just start with that. That's my favorite part, I think, of all that you've done here is the freehand work on all the shields and also the freehand work on the banner. The one piece of advice I've got for you, though, on this banner and on the freehand is that I think you want to do a darker color underneath that white or gray that you're using. It's going to make it pop a lot more. You could alternatively just do a black line around it. That's a lot more difficult, I think, because it's hard to trace around that. But what you have now is you've got the blue and the gray, and it's not enough contrast between the icon that you've got on there and the color of the cloth. So when you're thinking about doing freehand in the future, I would recommend doing a darker gray underneath it and then that light gray on top. It's going to take a couple coats to get that nice and smooth, but it's going to be worth it to make it look a little bit more crisp. Same thing goes with the shields, where you've got those different dots and things, the little patterns that you've got all around, and you did a different pattern on each shield, which is really cool. What else to say? I know you could move through them, Vince. Yeah, perfect. So I really like the way that you've got the orange and the red and the blue working together. I think that's a really nice paint scheme. I also really admire the fact that you've got those green, ethereal-looking spear tips. It looks very magical and elvish, elven, and I think that that's a really impressive look overall. And I think we can move on to the next group. It's going to be pretty much the same. Same color scheme, same banner issue that I'd raised previously. But here, as we move through these, I want to talk about the thing you mentioned in your comments. He addressed you specifically, Vince, and said that, yeah, he knows he didn't do the eyes, and it's because every time he does them, they come out poorly. And he says he wants a hack for how to do them easily. I mean, Vince, you've got your method you've talked about. Mine is to just do, I like to do a black almond, and then a white almond, and then a black dot. That's how I prefer to do it. I know the heavy metal team likes to do all black oval, like an almond shape, and then they like to do 2 white dots on either side of the pupil. That's how they do it. And Vince, I think you have your own method that you do. What is yours?
So I've got a couple different options, but if he wants a hack, like I can help you out. Okay. So I do have an eye hack. And here it is. You ready? So you're going to do what Jeff said first. You're going to go for the black space. Like you're just going to try to black out the area of the eye. Okay, so shoop, shoop. We'll focus on this guy right here. This guy has a very visible eye right here, right? So I would take this whole space and I'd do a nice controlled black over all of it. Okay? With me so far?
Yeesh.
Right. Now I'm going to take gray, a fairly light gray. Like if I was in Vallejo colors, I might use the color, for example, light gray, if I just had to pick one. And I'm going to take that light gray and I'm going to get a sharp brush and I'm going to push my brush right here down to the corner. So what's going to be left behind is a black dot right there. And then I'm going to do on the other side, do the same thing. I'm going to go all black, and then I'm going to go and push it to this side. So I can rest the pupil, have them all looking all the way to the left or all the way to the right. Okay? And you do that by you black, and then from here over is just gray. Okay? Does that make, can you picture what I'm saying here, Jeff? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
And it's a simple trick, and on an army scale thing like this, it's going to, what is going to stand out is not the fact that you have a light gray instead of white. That's going to be completely invisible at this scale. What is going to stand out to everybody is the difference between a light color and a black dot. And the addition of those eyes will make a huge difference. And that's a super simple hack because it's just black and then slightly less gray. And you have this guy looking to this side where he's pointed. You have this guy looking to this side where he's pointed. This guy's already clearly looking over here. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, you just push him up against the edge. You don't need to try to center anything. You don't need to try to worry about, it's very quick and easy. So there you go.
Yeah, so give it a try. And, you said it always comes out poorly, Matthew, when you try it. But really, just do 5 models in a row. Back to back to back to back. And, see if by the 5th one you like where it is. And once you get it down, it's just another part of painting the model. It's, nothing to be afraid of.
I agree. And here's what I'll say. It is going to always come out poorly if you don't do it poorly a whole bunch. Sucking at something is the first step to being pretty okay at something.
Well said. Put it on a poster.
There you go. It's going to take time.
Yeah, one last thing before we move on. If we're talking about painting eyes, make sure you got a good brush, because don't beat your head up against that wall. If you're trying to do it with a brush that doesn't work, it's like trying to clean the Statue of Liberty with a toothbrush. You're gonna just give up because it's not gonna work.
Yep.
And so don't hurt yourself there. Make sure that you got the right tool for the job.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Very, very much. Like I have specific brushes that I call my eyeball brushes, right? Because they're hyper small and hyper sharp, and they hold no paint, but that's okay. I don't need them to hold a bunch of paint, right? Because I'm just doing a tiny little dot. So there you go. That's
right.
Okay. All right. So I'll take Alexander's. Oh, Matt had another. He's got two more up here. Let's just keep going through his stuff.
Yeah, right. You want to do the tag team?
And then then we'll come back to Alexander. We'll tag team this. Let's start with the Medusa.
Perfect.
All right. So I'll take the lead on this one, if that's okay with you, and then I'll let you look at the next one.
Sounds good.
All right. So Medusa, cool model. Love this model. It's very fun. I converted one to be a Daemon princess for my army of Slaanesh, and I think you've done a fairly nice job here. Let me talk about the things I really like. Let's go out to the full shot. Fun base with the shale rocks and the grass. I like that. I'd love to see a little more variation on those rocks, but I can handle it. It's okay. I like your green slime being very bright. That looks like some Escorpina or some scorpion green, which I'm sure Jeff is glad to see that.
Yes.
And at the same time, I love how you've contrasted it with this very organic scale color. Like, this really looks nice. This very brown green for the snake scales looks wonderful. It's really muted. It's a wonderfully earthy tone. Looks exactly like snake. It's great. The skin tone looks good. You've got some nice shadows and purples and stuff worked in here. I dig it. I dig that very much. So I think where I'm let down here is in the bronze. We have wood next to all this bronze, and none of it seems, and same with her arm, and none of it really stands out. It's all just like there was some bronze and there was some wash, and we called it a day. You might have highlighted a little back into here. It's hard to tell, but this could go a lot farther. I'd love to see darker darks here edging everything. I'd love to see higher highlights. I'd love to see variation. Like these snakes, paint them a different color. Why not? They don't have to be this color. Make these the same green as down here on your Escorpina. Why not? It's a big magical thing.
Yep. And you know what, Vince? I think that, and this is something that's going to come out when we talk about the bolt thrower in a minute, is I think that the wash on the bronze was a little bit overdone. And the reason I know that for a fact here is if you look at the inside of the shaft, yeah, you see that pooling? Those should be open holes there, but when you put too much wash in, it just kind of closes up. It's kind of like blowing a bubble with those little plastic, eye of the needle kind of thing that you do, and it starts to close up because you got too much wash in there. And so that's part of the reason why it's looking a little too much like that shaft of the wood. So
right.
You need two different colors there, and you need to go a little lighter on the bronze wash.
Yep. I'd love to see more gold highlighting worked into this bronze of the spear, and same with her arm. I think that's my major pushback here. You've got so much good stuff going on down here and in her skin. I want to see it carried through to the bronze. All right, let's take a look at the bolt thrower.
Yeah, so just to echo quickly what I was saying, you can see at the feet of the bolt thrower, there's a little too much pooling there, and that's how you know when you see that kind of pooling, or especially if it turns that gray color, it means you got too much wash on there. But overall, I really like this model and the crew. My big critique for you here, though, is I wonder why you didn't put the blue that you've got here across the entire army. Why didn't you put that on the bolt thrower on that icon? See that skull in the center there? this is a this is actually one of the earliest models that I bought back when I started playing Games Workshop games, and so I think that portion of the model really begs for color to make that icon pop. And you've gone through all the work of doing all that freehand throughout the rest of the Grand Alliance Order army. So I'm wondering why you didn't do the blue there. If you have time to go back and do that, I think that would really help tie this model into the rest, because you don't have any blue on these, but there's blue on the other models and the other units. So my 2 cents there. But here I have the same thing to say that I had to say previously, that I overall really like the color scheme that you've used. And I just echo what Vince said about the stonework and the static grass. I think that looks really nice. All those individual cobblestones that really come out there because you wash down the stone to make them really visible. So I think that this is a cool looking army, and it's definitely going to look amazing when you got the whole thing done on the table. As we can see in that last group shot, there's a big group of them.
Absolutely. All right. So I'll tell you what, I'll go back and take Alexander's warp fire thrower, and then why don't you take Andrew Wade's lady and water experiment up here.
Sounds great.
All right, Alexander, paint a warp fire thrower team, very close to my heart. I like where you're going here. So, and Alexander posted some questions asking about the smoke, and I think where you came down looks fine. I actually very much like where you came down, Alexander. You've got some really nice darks down here in the lower part, and it goes up into this wispy white green. I think it looks fantastic. It shows. Honestly, here's what I'll say: it shows that you put a lot of thought into this section. That's my honest feeling. Like it looks really good. So everything here is really, really clean. Like your paint job, and what I mean by that is your paint job execution here is really, really tight. You've got some nice solid lines delineating everything through your washes. You've got, all the paint is placed very carefully. So let's talk about how we could spice this up, because you've got a great weapon team. So what if you wanted to go up another level? And maybe you don't. Maybe this is just a weapon team and you're like, you know what? I want it to look good. I wanted some shadows. I'm not interested in taking it to the next level, which is fair. But if you did, here's what I would say. First things first, why are these stitches not picked out? Maybe I thought I wasn't going to notice the stitches. Oh, I noticed. I've painted a lot of this model. Whenever we've got these like very pronounced stitches, we always want to make sure that they're well picked out. So we want nice dark lines here in the cuts, like black in this case, and the stitches themselves should be some kind of like tan or brighter color, like a bright tan, a bone, not true white because you wouldn't want that, but the color of this guy's coif would be perfect down here. Secondly, it looks like we got a lot of copper in here. Perfect chance to get out the nilic oxide and do some good work around where water would collect here and here. Same with the red. I'd love to see a little bit more leakage here, darker colors here underneath the red, going to brighter colors on top. I think what you've got is just some effects and some highlights to take things up to the next level to really make them pop. Little red or pinky filter over their nose, right? Things like that. That would be where I'd go next. But your paint job looks really good. I want to be very clear. I like this, and it's executed well. So yeah, there you go. Good job, Alexander. May you cause many mortal wounds to many fools who would dare oppose the verminous horde. All right.
Just to add to that, as we move on to the next thing, I really like the crisp base too. The nice clean black line around. Yep. Some people tend to have it so that the basic material kind of overlaps a little bit, and that's some nice attention to detail there. So don't think that went unnoticed, Alexander.
Absolutely. He's nailing good picture, nice and clean in front of the book, good diffused lighting, and a solid black rim to base. A+ to all of those. You have checked off all those normal boxes that drive me crazy. So way to go.
Good stuff.
All right. Andrew Wade.
Yeah, so this is yet another one of Andrew's experiments with water effects, if I understand this properly. And of course, Andrew's a really high-level painter. We come to expect that from him, and he doesn't let us down here. So you'll notice that with the water effect, we can see this really cool cobblestone, or rather, riverbed stone underneath the water. You'll notice that the bottom of the log is wet with water, like it's been lapping up there. That's a nice little detail. And overall, I think that the colors work really nicely together on the whole model. The one thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around here, Andrew, is the color that you chose for the flower being that yellowish color, and then the greenish color for the flesh. As I look at this model, I see those two being, two similar yellows, next to each other on this model, and I kind of want them to be a little bit more distinct. So I wonder if you couldn't have made the flowers a little bit more green or the flesh a little bit more yellow, though I don't know if you'd want to go that route necessarily with the flesh. But I think doing it with a little bit more green in the flowers, I think that would be a little bit more harmonious to my eye, because the rest of the model all works with that color scheme that you've got, but I see that yellow in the flower and the greenish color in the face being really similar, but in a way that kind of I don't know, it's making my eye see something a little bit funny here. That's just a minor thing, and the purpose of this was to really push yourself on the water effects, which I think came out quite well. Though it is a little hard to see exactly what you got going on in the water. I remember some of the other pictures you've taken of previous water projects being a little sharper and more focused on the water, so it was easier to see what was going on. But here I have to trust that everything is as good as it looks. Overall, I think really, really nice looking models, or rather, really nice looking pictures of a model. And I think that you've done a good job.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very cool. There's a lot of cool little effects going on here. Andrew is playing around with some bright colors. I think the flowers are interesting because I wonder if he already had satisfied the color triangle here with the brightness of her skin and her two hands. I wonder if the right answer wasn't to make it these flowers echoing the same purple as these pouches and this thing right here, right?
Okay. So because purple in like the center of the flower, or make the flowers purple themselves?
Make the flowers probably purple themselves. In fact, here's what I would say. What if the center of these flowers was purple and you just had like the very edge of the flower being this light green? So we minimized the amount of it, but we drew some of this purple down here. And you've seen flowers like that, right? Where you've got like one very shock bright color in the middle and it goes out to this faded edge color petal.
Sure, it's kind of like an orchid type thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, like an orchid. You got it. And these have a orchid-esque look, I suppose.
Yeah, they do.
And I think then that would sort of satisfy. It'd make a couple interesting sets of color triangles where we'd have a lower triangle and an upper triangle. Just something that occurs to me as potential. So I also want to compliment Andrew. I know he's been working on the steel more, and I can see that. I can see a nice shadow pushed up under here and on the sides of the blade. So that's coming along. I think you could take this even farther, but I think you're definitely, it's going the right direction 100% for sure.
Yeah, and just before we leave, I want to point out that I'm only nitpicking there, Andrew, because, the quality of your models is so high that we've come to expect excellence all across. And if I can give you any piece of advice that you might not have thought of, I want to try to do that. So that's the aim there.
Absolutely, of course. I agree wholeheartedly. Andrew is a great painter, and he's done some amazing, amazing stuff this year. All right, let's take a moment here to look at Tom's Force Together, my co-host from Warhammer Weekly. Okay, so this is what he painted over a long period of time. This certainly wasn't all this month, but let's just look at his army together here. He finished up old Big Papa Glot earlier in the year.
Yeah, can I say real quick, Vince, that this was better than I don't mean this to be an insult, Tom, but this is a lot better than I thought it'd be. Given that Tom hasn't painted very much, and he tends to paint try to do it quickly to make deadlines for like the Holy Wars tournament, for example. But these were really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a great job. His army did come out looking very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
So and then his conversion of his War Altar using, of course, the classic Hero Quest Chaos Sorcerer.
Nice.
Which I thought came out really nice.
Should have done the gargoyle. Same position.
That's a gargoyle. This is an abomination. This is a gargoyle. All right. This is his, I don't remember what guy this is.
That's Blow Up Rotspawned.
There you go. Sounds good to me. I trust you.
Yep.
I literally played a tournament where we fielded this guy every game. I have no idea who he is.
Okay.
His Hell Cannon, which I think came out very nice.
Yeah, liberal use of Scorpion Green all throughout. That's definite bonus points there.
Oh, he loved it. Yeah, he was all about it. There you go. Look at all that green. Our Nurgle Chaos Warriors.
Yep, looking good.
His conversion of the Sorcerer Lord Nurgle guy on Demonic Mount or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it is, but
right.
Like, of course, his Blight Kings, which one of the things he did with his Blight Kings that I quite like is varied their skin tones. Right?
Yep.
Like some have human, some have this sort of strange green, some have purple. I think it's a nice touch. And there you go. The whole pack of all 15 of them or whatever he's got.
Yeah. Now, did Tom explain to you why he chose to do a brown lip around the base instead of black? Is that just personal choice?
Yeah, it's personal choice, yes.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it, but here we are.
Listen, Tom, I don't condone your way of life, but I tolerate it. You know what I mean?
Sure, exactly. I think, and the problem is I don't think he always cleaned it up properly. Like,
right, there's a couple that I saw a couple where, yeah.
Yep. Tisk. But that's all right. I understand. He was trying to paint for a tournament. But no, just drop a bunch of German gray into your palette, add some drops of water, get a nice brush, start making some circles. Start painting circles.
I'm giving Tom a hard time because I know him, but no, but overall, I think this looks really good, Tom.
Agreed. It came out really nice. So well done, Tom. All righty. Speaking of Nurgle, why don't I take Andover Plumbing's Goblin? He mentions he's not just a one-trick Nurgle. Here's his Goblin Mordheim Warband. I'll take that. And why don't you take Ryan Easterling's Piles O' Nurglings?
Sure.
All right.
Now that's Skarsnik you're taking there, right? Sans Gobla. I think that's the old Skarsnik model before the most recent one.
Yeah, I think you're right. So very fun. I'm gonna kind of cycle through these goblins here as I'm talking. Very fun models overall, and I always love to see a Mordheim warband coming into fruition. I've played a couple of goblin warbands in Mordheim and always had a good time. That's a hilariously great model right there. I can't argue with that. That's wonderful. We got our little Wolf Rider. We can see, there we go. Here they all are together. Lots of great goblins here. Okay, so let's talk about what I love all told. Your skin tone looks really nice. Good highlights, good life to these goblins. You know, good recess colors, good normal colors. It all looks very nice. Eyes are very clear. Most of them have very clear red eyes, something like that. Solid. Well, I think here's I think your challenge. I think your challenge, Andover, is if you want to take these guys up to the next level or in future projects, is to smooth out some of your more challenging blending colors a little more. We've got some highlights in here that are a little too sharp. Like when we look at the gray on the black, you're just jumping too many colors there. When you go up to that type of gray highlighting a near black. You can, like, here it stands out quite a bit. You know, one of the ways you can solve this, as I mentioned earlier with the yellow over the red for mats, is you can take black, thin it down to a wash, and do the same thing here, right? You could thin the black down to a wash, and you'd be amazed how quickly you will draw all of these grays back in black, like back into looking appropriate. Once that black filter is over there, it's just going to completely change what's happening. And that, I think, would be the sort of next step I would pose to you as a challenge when you're working in those colors that don't blend as easily, like blacks and blues and stuff like that. Try to smooth out your highlighting through the use of glazings or something like that. The metals are another one where I can really see it standing out with these very sharp, you know, edge lines, right? With metals, you've kind of got to use like inks or washes or stuff to smooth it out in the same way. Like get out your Nuln Oil and kind of do some work there, because they're much harder to blend, especially these metals, which are, I'm guessing they look like Citadel metals, but they also could be They could be other things, but I know they're not Vallejo metal color. I can tell that for sure. The final thing I would say is on the stone bases, I'd love to see more going on with them. You got some neat stone bases here, but the stone all looks really flat. Let's get some more white. Let's stipple some in there. Let's dry brush some more on there. Let's work some browns into that stone, some greens into that stone. Let's go nuts. That's what I want to see. Life-filled stone bases. All right.
I've got one last thing for.
Oh, please.
Yeah, we don't have to necessarily stay on the photos, but just one more thing for you, Andover. And I think Vince is spot on with his comments. But I'd also add, have you ever tried to paint the bottom lip differently with goblins? You could do that. Sometimes people do it with red. I'm actually doing it with blue with the snotlings that I'm working on because I want them to be even stranger. And I actually saw someone on Twitter who did old school goblins with blue. They're fanatics. I just started following them on Twitter this morning, and I was like, oh man, that's the thing I'm doing with my snotlings. But that tends to add a little bit more interest to the face. You could also do a little bit ruddy red nose, and you could do that with just glazing. So you can do exactly what you got here and just mix in a little bit of like scab red or whatever the color red you're using in your paint range. Add some medium or some water and just thin glazes over the bottom lip and a little bit on the nose. You could try it one time and see if you like it. I tend to really like the way that looks on goblins, but just an idea you might not have had if you don't paint goblins all that often.
It's a good call. I like it, and I agree. All right, Pile O Nurgling.
All right. Well, you could flick through these, and we're basically going to get to image number 5, which shows all of them. But Ryan's been doing a pretty interesting thing with his Nurgle army. He's got different colors for different units, and he's going to carry that over here with his Nurglings. So you got bright orange, you got the tan color, and we've got also the greenish blue. So yeah, if we skip to, I think image number 5 is going to really show all 3 of them at once, and nice focus. There you go. So I like what you've done here. I think it's pretty cool. I do want to challenge you a little bit because there are a couple of little parts of these models that I think you might have painted a little bit differently. So for example, with the middle group, middle crop of Nurglings, you've got that guy holding like a slug. And I wonder why you didn't paint that in a contrasting color. You could use red or even orange just to make that little bit pop. And then you've got, like, for example, in the orange group, the guy that's in the bottom rank all the way toward the front, he's got that little strange tongue that's coming out of his mouth. And like that could have been painted, I think, with the blue color that you've got for the guts, just to break up the models a little bit more. As someone who's painted these himself, I know that there's a lot of intricacies to these little guys, a lot of detail, and it's easy to miss some stuff when you're painting them up, but that's a little nitpicky thing. But one thing I've really got to challenge you here on, Ryan, is I'm wondering why you didn't paint the horns bone color. You just went with the orange, green, or bleach bone type color, tan color, and you just kind of washed them all down like that. But I wonder why you didn't go back and hit the bone. You did it on all the teeth, which suggests to me that you wanted to spend the time to pick out that detail, but you didn't pick out the horns themselves. So I'm a little confused by that. And I think that takes away a little bit from these models. But overall, I think I know how much work goes into painting these guys because I did it myself, and I can tell that you spent a lot of time picking out all these little bits and bobs, and I think that really pays off here. I think that hitting all those little tongues, getting some nice highlight, doing all the guts, and on the backside doing all the boils that you can see there. I think that you've got a really nice looking unit here. So if you're feeling frisky, I'd go back and paint the horns just to differentiate those from the flesh. But that's an optional thing. If you're trying to paint it a little quicker, then you don't have to do that. But something to bear in mind in the future.
Yeah, agreed. And it's interesting because you mentioned this was an experiment in painting primarily with washes, right? Mm-hmm. Where he's doing a very large percentage of the model through washes alone, which is a neat trick. You can start from a completely white primer and then go almost downward. Now you're still gonna have to go back with a real paint at some point and pick out some kind of detail in most cases, But it is a fun thing that I challenge people to do. Sometimes it can be a way to speed paint with some interesting results. But you've got to be careful when you do it that you don't go slop with them washes, right? It does take many applications. That is the challenge.
Yeah, and he did a pretty good job here of not letting it pool too much. You know, it doesn't look like there's a sloppy application of the wash. So, you know, good on you for doing that, Ryan.
Yep, I agree. All right. Okay. Let's you know what, Mickey? I'm not reviewing the base alone. We're gonna leave the base because I've seen the model you've got on this. I mean, let's take a look here. Okay, actually, let's give a little talk about the base because I do have some thoughts. I'm going right back on what I said. We are going to review the base just a little. I lied.
180.
A 180. I'm free to do that. This is my show. I want to. Here's what I'll say. Okay, something has been bothering me about this base since I first looked at it. Okay, and I think I've really tried to put a lot of thought into this. Okay. And I think what's bothering me is two things. I love the mushrooms. I love the dead horse in the base. I love the rocks and the greens, the yellows. It's all really good. I feel like the tree needs more darker darks in it. I don't see enough recess colors. Really dark blacks and deep browns. This is, as I can tell, an old dead tree sitting in a fetid, rotten swamp. This thing would not be this bright. Like, it'd be gray. It'd be a ton of gray in it because it's a dead tree and dead trees turn gray. But in that same regard, it should have blacks in it. Some of these cracks on the undersides, especially and down here in shadow, I just feel like should have a lot more shadow worked into them. A lot more darker, rotten, putrid sort of colors. Knowing that this is going to be a Nurgle model, I especially feel that way. My second thing is the lip of this water being this high and kind of having this angle to it. Something about it doesn't sit right with me. And I think, I don't know if it's just the reflection or if it's how you had to sort of clean it and cut it to get it back here into shape, or if it's just the variation in the tape. It's hard for me to say. What I will say is I think you would do well to take some more of your realistic water mixed with the same yellow color here that you've got and brush it on the edge a couple times to smooth it out. If you just kind of use it like a wash, it can fill the recesses and you could smooth out this sort of bumpiness to the edge. Those are the two things that caught me. Final thing, this right here is too similar in color to this, to the bark. Like the inner part of the tree is too similar to the outer bark. And they're two completely different cell structures on the plant. They should be varied in tone in some way.
Yeah, just to point out one thing I'm thinking as I look at the bark there, Vince. I think you're totally spot on with all the stuff that you said. I think that the underneath of the tree, the inside, you know, like, so what's not getting any sunlight needs to be a lot darker than the exposed areas. So like underneath the tree, I think you need like a lot more contrast. Because those are the areas that aren't going to be as weathered because they're not quite as exposed to the elements. Those are the spots that are not going to be as bleached by the sun. And so if we're looking at this this dead trunk, I mean, she's kind of done that that thing at the bottom of each of these stalks where it's touching the swamps that's a little bit greener. I think the underneath needs to be that amount of contrast on the inside, you know, where no sunlight would hit. So that's something I'm thinking of. And, you know, you could honestly do something similar to tie in that color to the color that's the actual the pulp of the wood itself and not the bark. So on the top there, you could kind of complement that color on the bottom, just maybe a little darker, you know, a little bit more shaded. So my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you have an awesome scenic base going here, Mickey, and don't, please, all viewers, don't think we're being too harsh on Mickey. Mickey knows is an absolutely stunning, amazing painter, and what she's got here is the beginnings of a true masterpiece. And I want to make sure she takes it to the highest possible level. So that's the only reason we're being nitpicky.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Okay, so now let's go back to this. All right. So Matt had reposted with his overall group picture. We'll just take a look real quick here. Very nice big unit, looking
Nice
good.
and clean.
Yep,
Very
absolutely.
tidy. Yeah.
Going back to what we said, yeah. So
I like it. Yeah, that looks really sharp.
I agree. All right, so let's get back into in the water. How's that sound? That way you can sort of compare and contrast.
Perfect. I cut out for 1 second. You were giving me Andrew Wade's next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, it cut out for me. Thanks.
Nope, you're fine. Okay, so Archaeos. Let's talk about this guy, this conversion of the Knight Excelsior. Okay, things I like about this guy. Well, there's a lot. The base looking awesome. You got some great stone. We got some snow. We got some tufts. It's good. I would say if you got so much gray stone, I would honestly black the edge of the base, just because it feels like the universe is being pulled over into the side of the base a little bit. It's a minor nitpick, but there it is. Your choice of the green is fantastic. Your gold is well shaded and well highlighted. You've got silver placed in a lot of the spaces worked in. You've got some great tonal variation, especially in the lion head on his shoulder. I'm loving that. The blood is minimal, but yet highly communicative. That's why I said, like, less is so much more with blood effects, because it says so much to have it there. All right, let's talk about this war paint situation we've got going on here. As I assume that's what this is. I don't think his face is actually half. Is he supposed to be wearing a mask, or is it war paint? I can't tell. I don't know. All right, you'll have to tell me, Archaeos, because I need to know what's going on there specifically. I've got some additional thoughts based on what's going on here. Like, is this war paint, or is this a mask, like a half mask?
Sorry, I was on mute there for a second, Vince. I think it is a mask, because in the upper right-hand corner, see that one?
Yeah.
I think you can see that it's lifted off a little bit. I'm not positive. It could be war paint, but I think it's a mask.
Okay. If it is, then I'm okay with it. I have really no thoughts. Your black highlighting is pretty minimal and looks great. The skin tone, I want to point out the skin tone here looks absolutely fantastic. For what little of it we have, it's okay. It still looks great. So much life and vibrancy. Like, let's really take a look at all this color and shading and wonderful highlights in here with a very clear-cut eye. So I'm going to say that looks good. When I first glanced at this, I thought that was war paint. I was going to have a comment on that. But nope, I think if it's a mask, you're okay.
One more piece of evidence it's a mask is you can't see the eye. And he went through the trouble of painting a really nice pupil on the left-hand side, so it's got to be a mask.
Yep, you're right. Good call. Good call. So then my only other thought is, why is this thing on the back of the cloak not cut out in a color? And why is the cloak so shiny? I understand, like, leather, could be shinier, like, I guess, if it's a certain kind of leather. But this looks really shiny. And if we're just trying to let the natural light do our work for us, maybe. But I think I'd rather see this matted out and a little more variation worked in here. That's my feeling on it. You take it where you will. Overall, I just feel like this looks like plastic to me. It doesn't read like leather because of the nature of how shiny it is. Yeah, that's my thought on that. But overall, this is a really, really good job on this guy. The hair color looks so good. The conversion itself is simple but very evocative. Your golds are great. Your greens are great. Your metal tones have good variation in them. Yeah, you've got so much good stuff going on here, Archaeos. So there you go. Okay. Andrew Wade, take two.
All right. Well, I'll say that on all counts, I like this model better than the last one. I like this water effect quite a bit. So if you guys can see here, what he's done is he's got the rushing water, and the current of water is kind of working against this model who's trudging through it. And so it's like almost like a foggy, quick moving water all around. And then the water behind the figure is going a little bit slower, and it's shadowed. There's a shadow cast on it. I believe that's what he's going for here. And if that's the case, I think it came out well, swimmingly, let's say, because it's water.
But
Thank you. No, I think it's quite awesome. There's also a lot to chew on here if you spend some time and really look closely. I mean, I love the way that the cobblestones echo the padding of the leather, or
Yep.
rather the cloth, on the tunic of the model. I think that that's a really nice effect. You know, the temptation is when you're doing things like the river stones that you'd go with a bunch of different colors, or you know, get a little crazy with your different tans. But here he's kept his color palette pretty limited, and I think that gives a really strong effect. I also like the orange hair. I think that that's highlighted beautifully. And you know, the metal is also really nicely done. We were talking about the way in which I did not achieve the contrast that one might want to on the Blood Bowl Ogre that I was doing. Here's an example of really nice metal contrast. You can see that in the center photo on the top. Just look how that, yeah, right up there, and then the one in the middle. Yep, you can see how that light catches it beautifully, and
Yep.
it's a nice, shiny, evocative thing there. So I think this is quite wonderful. The next two pictures are just going to be side by sides of his other two. Excuse me. Yeah, here's the top-down view that really shows the water effect, and then here's the side by side. So, three different types of ways to do water. I really like the rushing water in this middle one. I think they're all quite nice, but I think this is my favorite that you've done, Andrews. This most recent one.
I have to agree. The angle of it too is what really impresses me and what I really love, right? The angle that she's walking up on this wet stone.
Hmm.
Her legs being so partially submerged. Like he really nailed it with the ripples. The stones look so fantastic. That coloration is just great. And I agree. I love everything here feels very grounded in the nature that she's living in, right? And that's through the harmony of these color tones, through the orange hair that's just lightly reflected in the rocks, through the tan of her quilted armor. Like all of that is just really, really solid.
And the grayish color echoes the color of the water. It's all
Yep.
really good.
Yep.
The
I
grayish
agree.
blue.
I
Yeah.
think this is the big success. Like they all look good. I agree, but I think this one's just A plus. I love everything about this one.
Competition worthy, I'd say.
Very, very good stuff, sir. Awesome work. Okay. All right. So let's see. What do we got? We got a couple more. Okay. So let's take a look. I'll take Chubby Store, and then why don't you take Matt's last corn guy he submitted up here? Okay. And then I'm kind of jumping around because I don't want to. I'm not sure how to tackle this model.
Okay.
So why don't I take Chubby Store and you take Matt Hogan? Sound good?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, Chubby. Awesome work on this diorama here. Like, way to use the space, buddy. So this is fantastic. Wonderful beast. Great. You really lined up the angle there where it looks like it's coming down on him. Excuse me. All right. So all in all, diorama wise, this is fantastic stuff. You got the positioning good. You got the dead horse right. Under him, you've made this monster, which normally looks like it's just doing a random high five, suddenly have a real purpose to why its arm is up in the air. It completely changes the model. Completely. So kudos on that. What I would say is let's look at this guy's back. Where can we get a good back shot? There we go. Okay. So this is the kind of model you have to dry brush because of the size of him and the nature of his texture and stuff like that. I'm okay with that. What I would love to see though is some washes though over the top that kind of smooth some things out, or more some glazes, some very controlled glazes over the top, because the top of him is very flat. Like if you did this dry brush to bring it back up, I'd love to see some controlled deep black or black purple even glazes kind of dragging down here into the shadows to kind of control this a little bit. Smooth out some of this roughness where it wouldn't be as visible. Because here's the problem. With the way the nature of the dry brushing, the roughness here would not be as visible as whatever's going on here, right? Just because the way the light would hit it on a creature of this size. So that's my thought there. The same glaze technique could smooth out some of this red-yellow. We've got a little bit of that syndrome going on again like we did earlier, where we kind of have jumped right to yellow and it's very stark. I'd love to see that smoothed out just a little bit. But on the whole, this is a really, really cool model that you did a fun job with. I think my challenge to you would be, let's smooth out some of those transitions through some additional glazing, some working in of some deeper shadows into some of this. Like under here, this is all really bright and it's all very uniform. Whereas one would think that in his massive armpit here, we would see some deep shadows, that kind of thing.
One other thing I've got for him, it's a really small thing, but I tend to like it on like a horse to paint the tail a little bit lighter than or darker, depending on how you want to paint the tail. But here, the hair of the horse is the same exact color as the long hair of the tail, and I think it's nice to break that up a little bit by changing the color slightly. So that's just a small little thing. I think Vince nailed all the major points here. That's just one thing that I want to touch on before we move on.
I agree. Good catch. Very good catch. And yes, I'm totally with you on that. All right, Matt Hogan with the big old Lord of Corn with his doggy.
Yeah, so let's start with the things that I really like, Matt, and there's a lot to like here. Can we skip through? I think it's image number 4. No, right here, image number 3. That's it. So what I really like is the highlighting on this the Corn Fleshhound. I really like the way that you decided to go with the pink highlight, or gray, I guess could have been mixed in here. I'm not sure which, but I like the way that it looks kind of cartoony. That's my paint style that I like to go for, and I really like the nice contrast that you get there with that light highlight color next to the really deep, rich red that's not been at all desaturated in the main color and also in the shade, in the shadows. So I think that looks quite good. Can we flip it around to the back and we'll see that cloak? It looks really sweet. There it is. Yeah, if we zoom in a little there, we can see once that loads. Really like the way that you blended up that cloak. You can see that Matt used a lot of thin, watered down lines to go from that dark recess to the gray on the highlight. You can see the progression there if we look closely at it. So that looks quite good. I also like the way that you highlighted up the gold color with the non-metallic metal on that stripe that goes cuts through the red. I think that came out quite well as well. What to critique you on? I've got a couple little things. Could we swing back to image number 1, Vince?
Sure.
Yeah. So I've got a little pet peeve that I talk to people about on the PmP quite a bit, and this just might be me being a little anal, but I tend to like it when if you're doing a pool, and here we've got a pool of blood around the skulls, which is a cool idea. I think that's inherently cool. But I'd like you to bend that shape a little bit more. It's not a perfect circle that you've made here, but it's mostly a circle. I tend to like it when that's a little bit off center, when it's not a circle inside a circle. Because for some reason, when I look at a base, when it's a round base, and we have that round circle in the middle, it plays with my eye strangely. I tend to like it to be some kind of different shape. If you were to go outside and take like a big bucket of water, like a giant bucket of water, and dump it in your backyard, it's not going to pool in a circle. It's going to move depending on the lay of the land, the grade of the backyard. It's going to move to one side. It's going to take a different shape. That's going to be the case on most landscapes. It's very unlikely that it would be a nice flat area where that pool would just stay in one little area. So that's a minor little pet peeve, but something that I want to challenge you to think about moving forward. Just any other shape, eggplant even probably would be okay. That's just me being me. But what else to say? I like the way that you've highlighted the metals here. And I like the color scheme overall. I think that you've done a great job of keeping it pretty tame. Red, black, which you highlight up to gray, and then silver and gold. I think that's a really powerful look for Corn. So I'm impressed with the model overall. Do you have any thoughts, Vince?
I have one small thing to add. Your tufts look like tufts because they're just kind of stuck on the dirt. What I'd love to see here is let's grab some sepia or some agrax and let's get it on the end of a brush and let's kind of shove it down on the bottom here and then wipe that brush and work it up into this. Like you get it down to the bottom because these would not be this uniformly colored, right?
Yeah,
You're not working in a field of straw.
And that's a problem with the GW. That's a GW tuft right there. And if you buy a different brand, they usually change the colors so that you get some variation there. But yeah, definitely, that's a good call.
Yep. And you can then take that same wash, thin it out, and put a little around the edge on the ground, and then bingo bango, the whole thing's tied together. It looks like it's part of the dirt it's sitting in and not a tuft placed on it. Okay. Yep. All right. So I'll talk about this for a minute. So this is my first piece for Adepticon. We'll go to the bigger picture here, which is, so this is Dreams of Avalon. This is Percival the Knight from Kingdom Death, which was, this is obviously a very serious competition piece. This isn't fun and around. This is probably like 70 hours of work, to be very clear about this. And that's not me trying to be like, bah, 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 bah. That's just explaining what's going on.
70 hours was just the base, I think, right?
So this was a lot of different things coming together. One of the interesting things I discovered painting this model was a new way I think about competition pieces, which normally when I paint, I think about getting to the end of the model, right? As I'm sure most of us do. Like, you probably think about painting the model. And certainly I thought about my overall color scheme and my color placement first. But once I knew all of that, all that I focused on was I would set a goal for myself of like, I'm going to paint the helmet. Okay. And that's it. I don't care about anything else. And that was my micro goal. And I painted the helmet and painted the helmet and painted the helmet and painted the helmet until I was super happy with it. Right. No other part of the model existed for me. I was done with my task when I was done with the helmet, and I had no critiques left for myself. And then once that's done, I moved on to like, I'm going to work on the belt, and all I care about is the belt. And if all I get done is the belt today or whatever, then that's all. I'm happy. I've succeeded my goal, right? And you just repeat that over and over and over again for every little part of the model. And I found that doing that kept me going for that a lengthy period of time while still being able to focus on individual quality of what was going on. At least that's my thought. And I have to say, I'm fairly happy with how she came out. There's a couple little things that I don't like that I've still gone back and tried to play around with. The word on the sword isn't quite as perfect as I would want it to be. That's a really tough thing to correct, but I'm playing with it. And somebody had mentioned, let's see if I can, somebody mentioned it looks like she's leaning backwards. That's actually just an idiosyncrasy of the model, because the way she's sort of weirdly, her armor is sort of weirdly flowing. If you, and the angle of this picture, she actually is quite straight up and down if you look at it straight on, but it does, like there, it looks like she's got a heck of a lean. She doesn't really, but the angle I'm taking the picture at sort of creates an optical illusion. Yeah, so there you go. But Jeff, as always, I do welcome your feedback on this, because you've helped me out many times before.
Thanks. Yeah, and we actually talked just a little bit about this beforehand, and yeah, I think this is quite possibly my favorite model that you've done. I think this looks really, really good, and yeah, I mean, you're really stepping up for Adepticon, and I'm eager to see it in person. I'm actually going to get to see this one in person, which is really cool. In the nice light of the cabinets, I think it's going to look nice. Couple things. Really like the color selection. Really like the basing. You know, the way that you've used the water here, how it's kind of crashing upon these rocks. I think that's beautiful. The freehand that you've done on the sword, I agree. It does look like it needs a little bit of tweaking. It's a little bit imperfect, and that could be the difference in a competition as difficult as Adepticon. So that might be worth revisiting if you can stomach the time to do it. And I know it's really hard at this point because you've got that really nice, beautifully painted sword underneath it. So any modification will take a long time to kind of tweak, but might be worth it in the long run. So I echo you on that. I would say also that the font on the base, I think that looks really, really stellar. And it's hard to do I'm sure you had this thought when you're painting up those letters, knowing the spacing and trying to get that just right. It's tough, and I think you nailed it here. So I think that the lettering on the base looks just fine. I wouldn't mess with that at all. I think it looks good. Oh, I told you beforehand off air, but I'll tell the people listening that I think the freehand on the cloak looks quite good on the front and the back. I think that looks really, really solid, and it's hard to do because of the way that the cloth ripples. I did find one other very minor thing, and this is something you can go back and touch up, that I noticed, and you can tell me if you're seeing it too. So in the first image that we're on here, if you could you zoom into her the upper left-hand part of her body, zoom in as close as we can. Yeah, right there. So you see where that gold, that curved gold on the shoulder pad meets the turquoise. Inside, yeah, on the bottom of it though, where it meets the bottom, the turquoise underneath. No, to the left a little bit, to the left of her hand. So you see that little gold up there?
Yep.
I think that there should be a nice clean line there, and it looks like the gold might have slipped over onto the underneath, and it's a little uneven. Do you see that, or is that just me?
I do. No, I see it. Yeah, it's right here.
Yep. So it's one of those things that it's easy to miss as you're painting the model and spending so much time, but I would definitely just touch that up real quick. And then I've got a question about her left eye. Is her left eye looks a little different than the right eye. Do you see that there too, or?
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that is. Like, if I look at it, and I don't know if that's just something came out weird with the picture. I'll look at that again close up in reality. But in reality, even through like a headset, they look identical. So I don't know what happened there.
Huh. Yeah. So just take another quick look at that, and maybe it's just the way the light's hitting it. It's doing something weird, but the eye looks a little bit off. Like the right eye looks perfect, and then the left eye looks a little blurry.
Yeah, that's strange.
So those are two really minor things, and I'm only focusing on those because your competition is.
Yeah, no room for error.
Yeah, exactly. And so anything that could get a judge to just put you aside, you want to nip in the bud. So those are my two really minor things. Overall, otherwise, I can't see anything that I would change. I think it looks really nice.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And it'll be good to be seen at Adepticon. So absolutely, I got a lot more to do before then. But yeah, I'm happy to have her, done enough.
Yeah,
I can handle some cleanups. I don't mind. It's all right. We'll fight with those letters a little more. Sure.
I admire you putting in the time and effort to try to actually compete. I think I'm going to throw something in for fun that can't win, but just because I want it to be on the shelf next to some of those awesome looking models. Sure. But you're doing the hard labor of aiming for it and really trying to take it down. And I think that's a worthy goal. It's one worth striving for. And good on you for trying. It's going to be a really hard field, but you're going to put your best foot forward, I think.
That's the goal. Bring it as much as we can.
Sure.
Let the chips fall. All right.
And a thing like Adepticon, just making the cuts is that's awesome,
It's tough. Absolutely. It is as tough as anything gets. All right, so let's talk about Dave. Let's talk about Dave here. We'll end off our little momentary section here on Dave. As people might have figured out from our cheeky beginning, this is our first half of our review. So it's
shh, don't tell them.
Yes. So all right, Dave. So he says, ever paint something up and just hate it? This is what happened. I lost direction and ended up slapping loads of colors on. All right, so let's take a look here at the front of the model. There we go. Okay. All right, so my initial thoughts. I don't think you slapped a load of color on. I think you picked colors that all seem to work perfectly fine. You've got red and oranges and then a very dark sort of blue, green, black kind of going on there. I'm not in love with the photo. I'll say that much for sure, because I've got too much direct light for me to really make a good critique on it. But no, I don't think color-wise you made any horrendous choices. You didn't, go for the pitfall of just having this back tabard be a shockingly different color since it's like the only cloth on him. You went for this nice thing. You've got it dirtier toward the bottom. I like that just fine. You've got some nice edge highlighting around these pieces. I think that all looks fine. I think what I would love to see here is just some more cleanliness with your metals, especially like some more washes, some more edge highlighting, sharpening up these metals. It feels like we just dry brushed a little bit on here after a wash, and that's just not cutting the mustard for some of this, like the sword especially. I would love to see a little more controlled placement of shadow and light on this wonderful hack blade he has. But the things I really love are like the horns look great, little weird fire horns. I dig that. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with you that Dave's being too hard on himself about just slapping paint around. If he's just slapping paint on this model, then we would all be so lucky as to just slap paint on models.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you did this quickly, I think that's amazing. So don't beat yourself up. Come on, this is definitely a good looking model. I think Vince nailed some of the main things that I would point to. One thing I've got for you though is I wonder why the mace doesn't have some of the metal shining through. So you've got that rusted color all around. But if this guy's been swinging this thing around, and the grip on the hand suggests that he's probably hitting something because he's Khorne, and they don't go more than 5 minutes without using their weapons. So that rust would have peeled off in a couple of places, and it would have polished back up as he's smacking through flesh with this mace. So I think if I were you in the future, if you're doing a model like this, I would definitely hit the points with a little bit of silver or whatever the metal color is that you're using underneath there, just to emphasize the fact that those areas would be contacting the flesh and they'd be scraping, and there would be no rust if there's that scraping constantly happening on the portion of the model. Otherwise, I'd like to just give you a little shout out if you did this thing intentionally, which is if you made the sword to look like the flesh intentionally, I think that's really impressive because it might have just happened that way as you were painting it up, especially if you're doing it quickly as you suggested. But I really like the way that the sword plays off of the flesh color, and it could just be the way that the camera's taking the picture, but if it's intentional, I think that's really, really cool. You've got that purpley kind of hue at work in both of those areas, and I think that's an interesting look. The base could use a little bit more color variation to make it a little bit more interesting, but overall I think it looks okay. And so, my favorite parts of the model, I think, are the flesh and the sword. But I think that, Dave, you're being a little too hard on yourself if you're just saying you just slapped some paint on this guy. I think you put a little bit more effort into it than that. So keep at it. It's good work.
Totally agreed. All right. So this is where we pause. And even though we'll be back in just a few seconds, for us, it'll be much longer. So we'll pick up in just a few seconds/weeks. See you soon. All right, we're back. We had our change of wardrobe, and we're ready to keep keep reviewing. We've also been joined by a wild Kieran. How you doing, bud?
I was hiding behind you the whole time. I don't know how you didn't see me.
Absolutely, he was here in the room.
Forward on all your stuff, but yes, you guys said some wise things and shared your great wisdom, and thus I learned as well.
There you go. We've got the whole team back together. Gentlemen, let's get right back into it. I'm going to lock it on myself here, and we're going to share up. All right, let's continue then with the review. All right. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
Represented.
Excellent. All right, we're going to come back to casual here in a little while. We're going to start with John Crayer. As he says, these figs are heading to his local game store. I suspect that's my local game store as well. I haven't gotten there yet to check them out, but very exciting. Let's take a look. We've got some very fun miniatures here for our sort of, I assume, our related, some kind of ball-based team game, as we have one miniature that is just a ball. What I'll say right out of the gate, John, is I think these are some of my favorite minis I think you've done. You have some really bold color choices here that all hang together. Like if we zip around here to the other side. I think my only question, I love the purple. I love the purple with the green and everything like that. Your metals have some good shading on them. The grass looks like pitch, which is, I assume, to be the point. All those things look really nice. I guess my only question that I had, and I like the freehand and stuff on the back, is why this red instead of this purple? Because I feel like they would have all really held together if this had been sort of aligned color-wise with this. That's what kind of jumps out at me there. The other thing I would say is when we're talking about black hair, which maybe this guy is supposed to actually be older and have gray hair. So I'll ignore that for a moment because I think that's what's meant to be happening there. When we're talking about black hair, I feel like this is a bit too gray. Like when I look at this, she has gray hair. So unless every member of this team is supposed to be aged, I feel like perhaps we've got a bit too over highlighting on there. One of the keys with black hair is that it's actually very glossy. Most black hair has a sheen to it. So what you need to do with black hair is let your highlight tell the story. You want to generally have most of the hair be pretty darn near black or pretty close to it, and then trace a sheen line around the hair that gets real close to white in a very short space. So it goes from like sheer black to sheer white in a very tight area. And, basically think of the front of a box of hair coloring. That's how it'll look. And I think that can help actually sell black hair. It's a really, really, really tough thing to do. I think black hair is probably the toughest to make look really, really real. So
my thought with that, if I can just slip in,
please.
When I think of that, what you're trying to describe or doing that sheen is look at a black car. Like take a look at the curvature of the body of a black car and see how it goes from absolute black to virtually white on that curved space. So it's those spaces of the head and the hair that's where that spot needs to be.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Anything hyper reflective, glossy like that. Yeah, that's great. That's a great point.
I've also had some success of mixing in a tiny, tiny bit of a dark purple or blue with that kind of thing.
Can really help smooth the transition, right? If you're trying to capture a certain kind of light, it can help smooth that. It can make that transition between the black and the white much easier if you go through like a blue color, right? Because it's much easier to blend that than it is to blend through the grays too.
Yeah, and also with the with adding a little bit of purple or blue, it makes it look a little bit less drab. So the flat black that you'd be applying on there can sometimes look a little bit fake, but when you add in that color and saturate it a little bit, it does something wonderful. I don't exactly know how it works, but it's worth doing for sure.
All right. Very good, but very cool stuff. Like I said, I really like them, John. That's very cool, and I can't wait to get to the game store and check them out.
Yeah, and just to add really quickly, you can keep moving, but just really like the way that he textured the pitch. I don't know exactly what he's doing there, but it almost looks like leaves. It doesn't quite look like static grass. So curious to know what you used there, John.
I agree. I like that as well. Has it almost nice like AstroTurf kind of feel to it, right?
It really does. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to Victor and some Gene Stealer Cult.
Yeah. Well, these guys blam right out at you, don't they? I mean, obviously, we first sight some fiery orange from about 1,000 yards away on these guys. With Victor's stuff, we're really not going to have a lot to say about your technique and brush control. All that stuff is wonderful. It's spot on. Smooth transitions in your purples. The orange is also very smooth, which can sometimes be hard actually, because you can get some hard lines when you're working in yellow without moving through colors throughout there. So I think that what I might offer here as a possible improvement is because that orange is so bold, it almost that sometimes is hard to look away from it. So in that whole theory of triangulation and having another spot to bring your eye to so that you can actually spend some time and look at these wonderful Gene Stealer faces that you've painted, is we got to find another spot to go as bright. And I think in looking over these models, perhaps those hoses that are coming over the shoulders into their backpacks might be a spot to do that. Or if you can, in some way, maybe the pommels of their daggers is another spot. What do you guys think? Is there any other spot that you think you might put?
I love the hoses idea. I think that's great. I hadn't thought about that. What had occurred to me was the light bulbs or whatever these are, these little like spot lamps.
Yeah.
And like he's got the eyes being yellow, but I think the bulbs being orange would be good. But I love the idea of the hoses as well. Maybe even a little bit of orange like on the gun somewhere or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking something on that gun point, Vince. It would be really cool if you did like the hazard lines in that orange color that is like a classic Necromunda hive kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that idea.
There you go.
Because it can just as well be a yellow that draws the triangulation, I suppose. A bolder yellow though.
Yeah, or you could even do the hazards in with an orange hue. That was something I was thinking, but either way.
Yeah, just push it to a very yellow orange. I think it would still read as the hazard to us, right? Certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think, Victor, the point is that we don't get to spend as easy a time. Like we gotta stop and look a lot closer to see the wonderful job you've done on painting the faces and the skin tone of these guys because of that. So that's the reason I give you that mild criticism.
No, I would tend to agree. The orange is really well done, but it's so bright that it almost takes away from, like, it's hard to even look at their arms, right? Their head jumps out a little because of that sort of magenta color. But yes, the robes or pants or whatever are so bright. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. But I agree that was going to be my only piece of feedback as well. Really cool stuff. I will say I do love the skin tone for their faces. I think that's incredibly well done, and the shading on that's fantastic. All right. Really, let's talk about Zaber Talon. Zabier. I don't know. He's got some stuff here. You want to start with the Spellweaver, Jeff?
Yeah, let's go with the Spellweaver, and then we can move into the Great Eagle.
All right.
So Zabier is posting on here for the first time, and I think he's got some really strong first submissions. He said in the beginning in his comments that he should have put forward a before and an after pick. But Zabier, you don't need to do that. We just typically put up after picks, the finished products. So no harm, no foul there.
In the end of month submit. If you want to do a before, obviously you can do it as a progress or before picture in the other tags. So just to clarify.
Exactly. Yeah, right. So a couple things real quick right off the bat. When you're posting up on here, you want to typically try to get a background that isn't quite so glossy. So something matte. And also if you use a light bulb that is like a natural day light bulb, you'll produce a much better quality image to really show off your model. So if you're capable of doing that, we've had some videos where we've explained that process at the beginning. That's something you might look into a little bit, just so we can take a sharper look at your miniatures moving forward if you're going to submit on here and join us in the PmP. But getting into the miniature itself, I really like what you've done with your color selection here. I think that you evoke the typical kind of wood elf theme with your earthy tones. I think that comes across quite nicely. And also the way in which you've painted the hair and the beads throughout the model give it like a a spellcaster kind of feel, something kind of wizard-like. So the blue hair really evokes that theme. Also, your basing looks really quite nice. And again, you're using all of the earthy textures that really bring out the wood elf army. One thing that I noticed about these, though, this model in particular, not so much on the Great Eagle coming up, but on this model, is it looks like your metals are a little bit chunky, and so that could be partially to do with undercoating. It could also be the way that you're, possibly watering down your metals or not watering them down enough to make it a smoother gradient. If you're using GW paints, Vince can go on for hours about this, but they do that much more easily. They make it an uneven kind of feel. So one thing I usually do is mix in a little bit of medium or water and do a couple of thin coats to try to cut back on that as much as is possible. But Vince is going to recommend that you get some really, really sweet metal paints. What company is that again, Vince?
So that would be Vallejo Metal Color. That is what you want. Now for golds, they have a much more limited selection, so it's tougher. I wouldn't recommend you go straight to the Vallejo Liquid Gold. That's an alcohol-based paint. It is the best gold paint in the world, but it's very hard to use. But some Vallejo Metal Color, gold and copper will serve you very well, and it will coat extremely smoothly, and it does not have any of this chunky nonsense to it. Yes.
Yeah, if we don't say it once every show, they stop paying us, so we've got to get it in there.
Yeah, I got to get the plug in, and it's very important.
No, they're not sponsoring us. We just think the quality of the product is good. So I'm going to buy it eventually. I promise, Vince. Anyhow, one other piece of advice I've got for you, though, is, it's kind of strange. My thought to you is that I'm searching for, I think, a little bit more contrast on the model when it comes to the flesh tone, when it comes to the green, and when it comes to the brown. But then you've got that contrast quite a bit in the hair. So what I'm talking about here is I kind of want the darker areas to be a little bit darker and the lighter areas to stay probably about as light, but they're going to look a little bit lighter once you apply the darker areas with a little bit more shade. On the hair, you've got quite a bit of highlighting. It's kind of like the opposite, where your highlights you have that really dark blue in the recesses, but then you go really, really quickly up to that white highlight color when you're moving up to the top of the hair. So I think smoothing out your transition in the hair and emphasizing a little bit more contrast in the rest of the cloak and on the brown and the flesh might improve the quality of the model a little bit. That's just something that I'm thinking as I'm reviewing this here, but overall I really do like the model and think it came out quite well. Do you guys have some other thoughts before we move on to the Great Eagle?
Just quickly, I see a lot of things where there's some dry brushing going on. Like I can see it in this blue and up in the hair, because I can see the chalkiness of where the lighter color has come in. It's perfectly fine to use dry brushing as a technique, especially when you're army painting. You want to get some quick highlights down. But my recommendation would be, after you do that, go back to your mid-tone, whatever that is. So in this little blue guy here, there's some kind of mid-tone blue here. Take that, make a thin glaze out of that, and go over the whole model. Same with the hair. That'll do a lot to even out and get rid of this chalkiness that that I see, and it'll also unify the colors a little more to avoid what Jeff was talking about, where we kind of transition too quickly, like right here, where we've got these big, very dark spots, and then I just kind of have a hard line, and then it gets lighter. That kind of thing.
All right, well, let's move on to that Great Eagle.
Sounds good. Mr. Eagle.
Yeah. So here too, I kind of want a little bit more contrast when it comes to, you got all this really nice texture here, and that gets lost just a little bit in that, the deepest recesses of the feathers, like the joins between them, I think could be a little bit darker, which would make it look a little bit more three-dimensional. But you do an excellent job, I think, of moving the gradient across as you go from a medium brown to something more like a tan to a dark brown / black at the tip of the feathers. Something that comes across quite well. And I also like what you're doing with the beak. It's a very realistic looking beak where you've got both yellow and black at work, and you've highlighted up the black quite well at the tip there. It's a little hard to see with a photo, so you can see over here what I'm talking about when it comes to the glossy background. It's a little bit hard for your camera to focus there because of that. Yeah, and here we're a little overexposed, but you can get a sense of what I'm talking about here when it comes to the gradient. And these feathers look quite nice. Overall, you really picked up the texture. And I think you might have been using a dry brush method, as Vince was suggesting a little while ago, and that's a really effective method for this sort of texture. And here also we can see a little bit more of the base, the basing scheme for the army. And here you've got reds incorporated in as well. And I think these are really strong for a submission, Xavier, and I'd like to see more of your Wood Elf army as you continue to paint them up.
Totally agreed. And yeah, these kind of feathers are made for dry brushing, right? It just picks them out, looks great. And I agree. But, a lot of people, sometimes they'll just go one color with these feathers like this. Xavier, you're exactly right. Jumped onto the fact that the feathers often have a transition to them as you go out the wing, and he's using these different browns. I really like how he worked all that together. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think we got some promise here, so we'll look forward to more of this guy's business in the future.
Absolutely. All right, moving on. So let's see. I'll take why don't I take Luke Snell's orcs here? And then Jeff, we'll how about you take Flab Luker's greater unclean one, his custom made great unclean one. And then Kieran, do you want to take Batrock the Eternity Warden, this wonderful sculpture that Maroc has gifted us with here?
Sure do.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so Luke, with some brutes. Wait, are these brutes or these brutes or Ardboys? Yeah, brutes. Okay, here we go. All right, so I like how these guys came out. I like it so much. Oh man. So let's talk about a thing here that I really love. And that is, I love this sort of creamy, very like almost bone color that we've done for their armor. I think that looks really nice. I think that's very striking against the green of their skin. Okay. I love that. I think the green skin itself of the green skins is looking pretty good. I would like to see maybe a little more shadow, a little more highlight, but you've used a nice shade of green, and you're capturing, the right highlights and stuff like that. I'd like to see it pushed a little more, but it looks good. Excuse me. My only thought here, like from a distance, the thing that stands out at me is this blue. I'm not a fan. 3 of the models seem to have this blue. I look over here on this guy on the right, and he's got black pants. And all I can think is, if this guy had had black pants, I would like it a lot better. Now, what I'm thinking happened here is we looked at this and we said, well, this is black, so this can't be black as well. Otherwise, it'll look like the same thing. Okay? And so we went for a different color there. I wouldn't hate this blue if it wasn't so sky blue. If this was really, really desaturated, super dark, I could probably stick with it and I'd be okay with it. But as it is now, it goes back to what we were talking about before with the orange. Like here, I've got this little and this little piece of blue. Here, I've got 2 legs. Here, I got this tiny tabard. And that's kind of it. You know, as I move through these guys. Now, you worked a little in on the back here and stuff like that, but I don't see that from the front, right, when I look at these guys. So one of 2 things here. Either we need to push the blue more. We got to work it in some more places. And off the top of my head, this blue, if moved up to this black, let's say we had some little like checks or dags coming at the top of this and little flamies reaching up the top of this shoulder pad with the blue. Okay. And stuff like that. And so like on this shoulder pad, we had some blue flamies or something. Now all of a sudden we could be in business because we could bring this more in balance over the whole model. So there's lots of different ways to go. And I don't think there's any one that's particularly right. It's just as it is now, it doesn't quite work for me. So we could either mute it, change it, or add more. Shockingly, all of those would work. And I think bring it into balance. My only other thought is on your steel. I see that we're doing some washing on the steel, but it doesn't, like when I look at this spear, we've got some what looks like lines here with some hard transitions. I think when you're working with your steel, we want to control the washes a little better here on the metal. Try to push your wash where you want it to be. Don't let it pool. You want to kind of force the black, the Nuln or whatever into a particular place. Final thought is you did a really good job of picking out the edges on this armor. Your edge sort of highlighting on like these plates looks pretty nice. It's a little thick in some places, but overall it looks really good and it's subtle. And that's why like you didn't jump like 5 colors of gray, which I see a lot. You did a nice subtle transition. Good. I like that. It looks nice. Gentlemen, any other thoughts from you guys?
I got a couple quick things.
Hit me.
I would echo what you said, Vince, but I'd also add that one other area you could possibly do the blue is tattoos. I know that in 40K there's an orc clan that has blue tattoos on their skin, and that could look pretty cool too. One thing there is you'd want to make sure you
Such a good call.
Yeah,
Such
you
a good
put
call.
you probably want to put on some black first though, so because the transition between green and blue can be, so it needs to be really dark blue at the base. You can't just go with that light blue that you've got on there. So that's one thing. Second little thing, and this is real quick, is I'm noticing a little bit of sheen on the orc skin, probably because they've been washed and then highlighted back up. I would hit these with a very light amount of Tester's Dull Coat or some other varnish that you might use, a matte varnish, and that'll kill that that sheen that you have on there, and it makes the flesh look a little bit more realistic and less glossy. So if you're not doing that yet, or if you've only put on a very light amount, you might want to hit those with another thin coat to do that.
Good call.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's pretty
Tester's Dull Coat. It is the varnish of choice. Yes. All right. Let's talk about this very impressive, albeit grotesque, creation here.
It's not grotesque, but it's beautiful. Okay.
Okay.
Vince, I noticed too, he's got in the comments, he replied with a couple extra snapshots of this as well.
Oh, nice.
For you to.
Oh, cool. Let's go through those too. But first on this preliminary photo we've got here, lovely. I think this is an excellent sculpting job. He sculpted this from scratch, correct?
Yeah,
That is correct.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, it's clearly inspired by the Forge World model. But just a testament to how much work this must have been is the fact that he's struggling to get this guy in frame with his black book backdrop. It's just on such a large base. So this is no one-night project. I'm sure this took several days to complete. So really, really nice looking stuff. Love what you've done with the horns. Love the way that you've applied the glossy color to the guts and the gore throughout the model. That looks quite nice. Rusted blade looks really good as well. I would say that the highlighting on the flesh of the Nurgle, Great Unclean One itself, it does come across a little bit drab and a little bit less vibrant. And maybe I'm just blinded by the fact that I've been doing super vibrant Nurgle stuff for fun with my own AOS army. But I'm thinking it'd be nice to see a little bit of a richer green at work, at least in some areas. Because then you've got like the really kind of sickly green color on the base. And then it looks kind of strange next to, you know, the big Great Unclean One himself. That looks almost like a grayer olive color green. So that's one thing I'm thinking about as I assess this overall. But that's just a stylistic choice that you might have gone with. But I really like the finished result here, and I think it all ties in quite nicely together. Also, kudos on sculpting all of those little teeth that you've got on the Great Unclean One there. Looks like he's got like 50 of them in all jagged directions. So that little attention to detail and the fact that he's got all these funny looking crooked teeth really, really sells the model, I think. I'm very impressed.
Totally agreed. Like the fact that this is a scratch made thing is just shockingly awesome to me. Like, wow, it blows my mind. I went ahead and brought up the other photos, by the way. Here we go.
Oh, perfect. Here we go. See, now actually from this distance and seeing all the sides of it, the drab color of the green actually works a little bit better, I think, especially seeing the back, because here on the back it's broken up by all of these nice little bright pustules.
I mean, yeah. I think I would like to see maybe a little shading more in the sort of, you know, under areas, like under his big jowls, you know, like I think we could use some more shadows there. You know, it doesn't have to be huge, but I think a little bit of it, some desaturated shading there could be beneficial. But I mean, on the whole,
I was thinking the same thing. No, I don't think it needs to go brighter on the highlights, but differentiating and delineating through all the folds and recesses and potholes on this guy.
Yes, that's a good word. His potholes.
Potholes. Yeah.
I like it.
So
yeah, just as a way to emphasize the sculpting and all the attention to detail he put into sculpting all these little layers of fat.
Yeah, big flabby layered model. I think, you know, showing those shadows would really bring out those flabby layers. Yes, agreed.
What do you think about the rusty sword? While you're looking at this here.
Well, I'll tell you that from the first photo that I was seeing there, just catching the side of it, I thought that he kind of done rust on the side of the blade. But yeah, I wonder if that couldn't be broken up with. So, for example, if it were just silver and then he put the rust onto it in a little bit more of a splotchy pattern, might have looked a little bit. I mean, because here it's full rust, like been outside in the rain for decades, kind of thing. And it also is a color that he didn't use anywhere else in the model, so it does look a little bit jarring to see the bright orange. But what are you thinking, Kieran?
Well, I think that the full-on entire entity of that sword being all rust feels a little bit odd. I think that to represent that it's been used at least for one hack in a swing by this guy, it would have some scrapes that show some exposed metal underneath. Because the way that rust happens in something like this, to be entirely encased, is it is effectively a whole encasure that when you bang it on something, if you bang a rusted weapon on something hard enough, it'll either break or it'll crack off that encrusted barnacling rust to expose some actual metal underneath that you can see in its natural state. So I think there needs to be not much, but a few spotty parts on here where it's knocked away or scraped away.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd like to see darker bits of rust in there. Like in honesty, I don't even know if I need steel. I wouldn't hate it. I think you're right. I think if you're going to add it, the scratches in. And it looks like he created some dent points on the blade right here and here and here. I'd love to see, you could do your like sort of very muted, like dark silver coming back from that. But I think at the same time, what I'd like to see is literally just some darker brown, black rust, right? Like very old rust. Yeah. because when rust gets real old, it turns, you know, this sort of like almost black color, right? And I think to me, that's the element that's missing.
Yep.
You guys are making me want to look up rusty sword on Google image search just to see. But that's a good piece of advice, Vince.
Yeah, because at times when you see it at this side angle here, I think it suffers the same thing that we were talking about with Victor's before. Is you have this bold orange that's tough to look away from.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, so it just needs to soften up in this case, I think. Rather than find somewhere else to put bold orange, just soften this one.
Yep. And some very deep brown, I think, would help that, in honesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good stuff, though, man. Very cool. All right, let's go to Batrock. So this was the sculpt. You can see just how much of this crazy thing is green stuff.
Yeah, that's
and there he is, all done.
Quite an exhibition. I mean, we sort of expect Marok to do some fantastic things with green stuff and putty and his imagination. It still surprises me most of the time, to be honest, with what he comes up with and what he designs. So this is no exception. I mean, it's a pretty ambitious thing to balance in such a dynamic way and sort of blanket it all with this huge billowing cloak that moves in 3 different directions at the same time. It's really a fascinating testament to that. So all kudos that we can ever lavish upon you for your mastery of green stuff sculpting, because we've seen 2 in a row here that are just effectively, this one isn't entirely scratch built. I know that he's used a few parts from other models, but it may as well be for the amount of effort that has to go into it. So let's give you all the positive reinforcement for that. Except, you know, I got one thing here that I think I'm going to be able to give Marok sculpting advice about, and this is in the water and the waves that he's done on the base of this thing. I actually have some direct experience with doing this. I did a bunch of high elf stuff that was coastal. And so some of the bases of my models, dragons, even foot troops, I did some waves on here. And you just need to, my advice to you is you just need to make it more busy. You can't have repeating exactly waves like you do there, because I see what you've done is you've sort of made a bead or a lump of green stuff on the base and then just pushed your tool into the middle of it and pulled it forward to create those wedges. You just have to do that like 8 more times in the same space. Make those pulls in a couple of different directions. They can go a little bit angular to one another. And if you do more of that on the basing, it'll look a whole lot more realistic. So that's my triumph. I finally get to give Marok advice about sculpting. I never thought that would happen. Anyway, looking through the rest of it, as far as the paint quality of it all, I mean, I feel for you, buddy, because I tried a challenge earlier this month as well in December of trying to do transition of black, and it's tough to do. Like, it's tough to travel through black to white. I think that when I first glanced at this thing, you have stayed pretty dark when the transitions are soft enough in most places, but at the same time, I don't feel that they're bright enough in the places that they should be. Like those, you can see a little bit of ribbing on this shot through the cloak, but I still feel that it should get to a brighter spot, especially if it's in moonlight, which is what I kind of imagine this to be. There's a shot that he's got of the head of the model itself as well. Let's skip to that one. This is probably a better example of how it ends up just like on the nose, where it comes to the nose, you can see that he's traveling from black to gray there, and a little bit on the ear tips as well. But I think that it doesn't quite get there. And I had the same struggles, Marok. So I feel you, and I didn't do it right either. But it's something for us both to practice on, I think, and move at getting better at. You guys got some good advice for both of us about doing black?
Yeah, so it's mostly the same as black hair. I think my advice is going to end up being the same in both cases. It's about a short, ridiculous transition. So what I mean by that is like most of it should be jet black. This is also a bit glossy. Like here's one thing I'll say sculpting wise. This is something I learned from Joe Ortega, who does a great green stuff sculpting class. One of the things he does, he talks about sanding your green stuff after it's done. It can kind of help smooth out some of the texture of it and make it look less like green stuff texture. But either way, I feel like the model, like his head, is a little too shiny. It came out a little too glossy. So I'd going back to the dull coat thing. So we got both a texture underneath issue and kind of above. But what I would say is a short, very sharp transition, and it's tough because you're working in a very small space and you need to go through like from black to almost white pretty instantaneously, like over an extremely small space. Here's my advice. Go look at Jim Lee's art. If you're trying to do some version of Batman, just go look at Jim Lee. Go look at go look at any book where Jim Lee drew. Not that he's often the colorist, but the look at the way and the inform the place that his books, because he has some of the best images of Batman ever drawn in his work. And you'll see how he tends to capture black. Going to two-dimensional art is usually the best way, because in 2D art, they don't have metallic paints. They don't have, a three-dimensional surface to work with. They can't rely on light to do anything, right? That is to say, like, we can have natural light and shadows do work for us. They can't. So looking at 2D art can often be a great way of like really, really dig in there and let your eyes drink in exactly what happened. And Jim Lee's about the best Batman artist in the history of Batman artists. So there you go. Those are my thoughts.
Yep. More work to be done for both of us, for sure.
Another point of reference, if you want something on a 3D model, is the Games Workshop Assassinorum Execution Force box game that came out a little while ago. Includes a bunch of assassins with that sort of jet black, skin suit matrix style leather, and that's my primary experience painting that sort of thing. And I just want to echo what Vince said about going from the darkest of dark to almost a white, blended up really quickly in a sharp area. You need to figure out exactly the points to do that, and so that's where reference material can be really helpful. But if you pull it off, it's an excellent effect. It just takes a little bit of practice.
All right, but good stuff and very, very cool sculpt overall. Love it. All right. The question is, how many versions of Batman does Marak have on his shelf? I think that's the real question.
50, right?
So many.
How many more will there be is the next question.
Yeah, who knows?
All right. So next up, why don't I take Casualty's work here, since he and I have been talking about this a lot. So I would love to take that. He and I have been emailing back and forth on this stuff. And since you've been working some Blood Bowl, Jeff, would you like to take Dice Miniature Paint Guy's Skaven Blight Scramblers? And,
sounds good.
And why don't you, and Kieran, the next part of the Gene Stealer cult there, I suppose, for you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So Casualty's working on some orcs here. And his goal was to weather these out, to make them look more rusted. So let's take a look at this one, because this image captures it well. Casually, we've got to talk about indirect lighting sometime. You've got the book behind you. We need to get the lighting less directly on the miniature. We've got some very harsh shadows here. We need to diffuse that light. But anyways, so what I really like here that you've done, our metal is very dark. That's pretty great. It's good. You've got some nice edges though. Like, let's take a look here at this edge around this plate. Well captured. Like, that's very nice. Same, I can see it here. Can see it here. You've caught these little points of light for this very dark armor very well. I actually think that came out pretty darn fantastic. Like, your edge highlighting on this is extremely minimal. And for the most part, you really nailed it. Like, there's a couple little parts where we kind of go a little farther than we should have, but it's very small. Like, for the most part, I really, really like what you did here. The rust looks good. It looks very random. It's very stippled. And so you've got kind of dirt and rust. He looks weathered. He looks like he's been outside. It's great. The blood effect looks pretty nice. Again, stippled on, looks kind of nice and chunky. I think that's pretty solid. Looks like it's over a sort of blade that hasn't been taken very good care of at all. I could see maybe a couple straight splatters in there. I guess it's kind of strange, I suppose, that he's got all this blood on his axe and there's none back here or on the blade or on the top of his hand. It's easy to go overboard, but when there's nothing, I kind of notice it a little bit. Like I'd love to see a little bit of drops, light stipple here or here or here, where it would have like went when he chopped into whatever it was that resulted in this. But I like that we've got some voids here on the blade as well, where clearly he swung a second time and wiped some of the blood off on something else. So overall, I think you've got a lot of good stuff going on here. I really do. Like you came through it, you worked to it. I think it looks pretty nice. I'd say, just be very clean with your painting on, make sure you keep your edges nice and tight on the rest of this. And I think you've really got, the makings of a great unit here. I really do. Yeah. Gentlemen, any other thoughts from you?
No, well, I have only one tiny thing to put in, and that is where things rust are often places where they don't come into contact or have a chance to rub off. So the only one, as far as the positioning of the rust, for the most part, it's all very good. I think that there's one spot where we get a side shot of it's on his elbow, which just seems to me as an odd spot for that to end up, but that's my only tiny intervention on this. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and just to expand upon one of the things that Vince, you said concerning the blood effects.
Yeah.
I think a little bit less on the axe, but concentrated more toward the tip of the axe, and then a little bit more splattered, as you suggest, is good. So a little bit less in the area where you've put it and a little bit more scattered about. That's just moving forward, as you do more models. I wouldn't necessarily go back on this one, I think. Or maybe add very quickly a little bit if you're into revisiting this model itself. But I think that would sell it a little bit more.
Yeah. It's a good piece of advice. Overall, it's looking great. Well done. All right. Let's talk about it. See some Skaven Blight Scramblers.
Yeah, so Dice Miniature Paint Guy has basically taken the GW Skaven Blight Scramblers paint scheme and taken it wholesale. And it's really cool looking. It's got, one of my favorite colors. I'll let you guys guess which one it is. And I think that you've done a couple things.
Is it Rakarth Flesh?
It was actually the red, corn red. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the pink on the tails.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting to that because I really like that. That's coming up in a second. I want to point out a couple of things that I really like about these models. But first, I'm going to slap you on the wrist for one thing. The photograph makes it really hard to see what's going on here. It's hard to get all these models in focus, I know, but maybe taking a couple pictures with a group shots of 5 or 4, that would be more effective for you probably. And also, there's just a little too much exposure here in some areas, and then other areas are dark. It's just really hard to see exactly what's going on. I'm going to do the best I can, but next month I want you to do a little bit more with the photo work so we can get a better sense of what's up here. But some of the things I really like, one, and it's kind of a small one that people might not notice immediately, but I love the font on this, on like the line, thrower, blitzer, the lettering that you've done on the basing. I think that's so Skaven-y and cool. It looks almost like sketchy, but it totally works, I think, with the Skaven Blight Scramblers.
Jeff, I'm gonna ruin the illusion for you then.
What?
Those are transfers.
They
come in the box package.
Of course they do. All right. Well, I'll have you guys know, and some of you following the PmP know, I'm doing an old school Blood Bowl team. I don't even think they had water slide transfers in 1986.
No, they don't. They do that, though.
Okay. Well, listen, if you had done the freehand on this lettering, that would have been total hats off to you. But thanks, Kieran, for letting me know before I continue to make a fool of myself. I totally forgot that they included that in the box. You lousy cheater. Okay. All right.
Skaven are cheaters. It's fine.
Actually, that's a perfect point. All right. Well, let me skip to the next thing that I liked then. hey, you had the wherewithal to put them on there and make it look nice, and would have fooled me. So kudos there. But one other thing I really like is the way that you've done the tails. Now, this also is something that you've taken from the box photograph, the standard GW team photograph. But I really like the diversity of colors you've got at work on the tails. You got pink, brown, red, and here I'm wondering exactly how you did it. You might have done a series of washes to get that color built up. It looks like that's what you've done. Some Reikland flesh on some, Carlberg crimson, and maybe a pinkish wash, a purplish wash that you've mixed up there. But I think that looks really cool. That was one of my favorite things I saw when they re-released these Skaven plastics, the attention to detail on the tails, which are such a dominant part of these models because the way they're using them to throw the ball and using it. They actually have rules in the game for the tails as well. Blood Bowl's awesome. I got to plug that one more time. Last but not least, can't get out of here without talking about the Scorpion Green. It's an excellent touch. Games Workshop's brilliant for choosing that as one of the team colors. You're brilliant for having followed through and done it yourself. I like the way you've done it. You've done a good job here of showing a really nice level of contrast there. As someone who dabbles in the Scorpion Green arts quite a bit, I know that it's tempting to do straight Scorpion Green with no shading, but here you've managed to do a nice snot green underneath, and I think it looks really, really, really solid. One thing that I've got for you, though, that I can see with the photographs, and underneath that lettering, it looks like there's a little bit of texture on your bases, like the black isn't quite crisp. That's one thing as you move forward, if you do another Blood Bowl team or when you're doing other miniatures, I think a nice couple thin coats of black before you put on the water slide transfers will go a long way for you, because it looks a little bit, a little messy when it comes to the bases here. Do you guys have other thoughts for Dice Miniature Paint Guy?
Indirect lighting.
Yeah, but I'm going to finish off with the positive that I think it's really smart that everybody paint their Skaven tails separate color from what they do to the main flesh.
Yep.
That's an important thing for all of us.
For sure.
That is all.
All right. Good stuff. No, I do like them. They came out well, but yes, indirect lighting. I'll say it again. All right. Okay, moving on. All right. Let's talk about the Patriarch of the Gene Stealer cult with this wonderful base. Like, man, that's super sweet.
Yeah, this is a magnificent model. Was this, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was a Space Hulk edition of the model, wasn't it? It came with the piping and tubing. I might be wrong about that.
There was one like that with the Space Hulk, and I think they ended up releasing it again later with other Tyranid stuff.
But it's awesome. We can see this again. I'm going to harken back to the bright orange on the other cultists, but there's nothing terribly distracting from all of the very soft and smooth transition that he's got on the carapace of this thing. And when we get into looking at the big old brain on Bob here, you can really appreciate all that and what's going back from the face to the head. And the coloring in there is really well controlled. So all the positives go to there. I think a couple of other things that I want to draw attention to is if we can get a look at the base, you can see that he's done some splatter coming out of that piping and the way that he's dragged it forward is very realistic. So he's got the spill out, but it splatters forward towards the front of the base from that by him dragging whatever mucousy material he's using to create that in the first place. So that's a great attention to the realism of how that's going to drop on the ground. His other weathering on the pipe is really good as well. He's done it in some copper tones, and that's pretty convincing. So those are some good takeaways, some good positives. I think if I'm going to give you one tiny little bit of thing that you can do to bring this thing more to completeness is try to hide the edges of those bases or the model that you're plugging onto the base, because we can see, especially when you come around and look at the little
the ripper
or whatever that is
beside
there, you can see where it looks like it's actually just situated on top of there rather than the base kind of building up to its underneath part. And the same thing with all this bit surrounding the pipe as well. I mean, there's just a hard edge So that might require a little bit more of your whatever base texture. If it's a Grelin Earth, I think it's called, or whatever the other business is, you may have to just brush that up over top of it a little bit to hide that hard edge.
Another option there, Kieran, before you continue, is a little bit of green stuff just to smooth out that gradient, to fill the gap there, and then you could go over it with a Grelin and let that crack like it does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Either of those two could work. I think it's as simple as just putting out a Grelin on there really heavy to cover that.
Yep, all possible. I totally agree. Without the orange, look at how much more you notice the purple and how rich the purple is on this guy, and how much more the brain stands out. Which, by the way, was that meant to be a Pulp Fiction reference earlier of check out the big brain on Brad? I'm not sure if it was, but anyways,
yeah.
So the I totally agree with everything said. I want to point out that if you're curious about how Victor did the saliva here, because you notice he's got the, like, I'm trying to see if there we go. That shot really shows it. The saliva strands, or how he did the goopy goop and all this. He's using Uhu glue for this, UHU. And he has a tutorial on his channel about it. And I've used it a fair amount myself as well. And it's pretty great stuff. So go and check that out if you want to do that. All right. Any other closing thoughts on this wonderful model?
No, it's a wonderful model.
It is a wonderful model.
And that one shot there looks like he's scratching his brain. I know he's not, but
he's
the angle makes it look like,
yeah,
I'm shooting mind bullets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just to say really quickly, and by the way, I'm also playing Metroid this week, the original NES one, and so this is reminding me of that quite a bit. But yeah, I still got to beat the mother brain. Anyhow, so I really like what you've done with the brain, and I think that the highlighting on it is quite good. So you've got the contrast from the deepest recesses, and then the little strands of brainness, whatever you call that. But then also the way you've highlighted it like an orb, which it is in a sense. So the way that the light's hitting it at the top and causing that highlight in that circle, I just think it's a really nice effect, and you've done a great job of executing it here.
Yeah, it's so weird because I started watching Captain N the Game Master this last week. Boy, that's a really strange coincidence, Jeff. There you go. All right. All right. Let's move on. So, Kieran, why don't you take your Deathmaster snitch talking about black, right? This will be a nice little callback to that. I'll take Hoove's massive Deathlord collection here because I got to see these guys in person, although I know he did some touch-ups on them. I saw him at Holy Havoc. And Jeff, if you want to take Mikkel's his first 2 end-of-month submissions.
Perfect.
All right. We got some new people joining this month with their end-of-month submits. I'm very excited. It's great to see people participating. All right. So let's start here with Hoove's stuff. We got all the Death Lords. Oh my goodness. So much power. All of the traitor legions here under the little Prince Nagash. So let's look through here. So I did get to see his close up. They look rather nice, and Hooves had sort of speed painted a bunch of these to get ready for Holy Havoc, and then he went back and did some touch ups. So we're just going to kind of cycle through, and I'll talk about some things here. So your bone is looking pretty good. I'd like to see maybe a little more shadow in some of the places, maybe a little more controlled use of sepia. I also see a few places where it pooled a little bit more than we might want. But overall, it looks pretty good. I think basically what I would tell you with the bone is you're very much on the right road here. What I'd love to see is a little bit brighter highlight and a little bit lower low lights. I don't quite see the contrast that I think would really make the bone pop with that. When I look at these guys, I really love the transitions he did here on these cloaks between the main color and then out to the ghostly, like to purple and then to ghostly using the Nilic Oxide. So I think that looks really good. I like, so we can see it really well here on Neferata's lower, I don't know, gown, I guess is what this is. I think that's a really nice touch. I believe he followed like the Warhammer TV, like Duncan's use of this. So that was really good. You did excellently executed there. My thought on the skulls inside the Death Kitty Cats here. are that they feel a bit flat. So like when we look, let me see if we can find a good one. This shows it off. When I look at the skulls inside the dead kitty cat, I see basically just nilic oxide pretty thickly applied. What I'd love to see is take that nilic and start mixing it with some white. And I know you can because you did it on the spirits, right? But what you did here with these spirits, I'd love to see some version of that here on these skulls inside, because assumingly either A, these are physical things and so would catch the light appropriately, or B, these are ghostly skulls, right? This is just to say it's full of spectral energy, and hence they should be reflecting in the same way as the ghosts. In either case, we're going to need some high and low lights here. So I think that's one of the things that kind of stands out to me. The other thing that jumps out to me is the red on a lot of these looks a bit flat. Red can be tough to work with, but I'd love to see a little more down into either, could be down into like, you could use purple to shadow this to mirror what you're doing as your transition on the cloak. That would be fine. But I'd love to see some more shadows, especially like let's look at this guy's helmet right here. So like this red is pretty much the same as this red, even though they're at starkly different angles and exposures to the assumed light source of coming in from above, right? So I'd love to see this fall in, or like have a shadow line here and then fall into slightly less shadow, and then maybe some shadow up here at the edge, and then getting brightest here around this line. Just something like that. Little movements and pushes of the highlights, because the red feels a little flat compared to a lot of the other colors we've got going on. Yeah, overall, I will say that throughout this, you did a lot of really good edge highlighting that you see with this nilic around the, what do you want to call it? I don't know, holes, I guess, in their clothes. All of Nagash's people have this tattered cloak look, and you did some really great edge highlighting with the nilic oxide. So just want to give you full credit and compliment for that. The armor plate edge highlighting for the most part is pretty smooth as well. And Nagash is tough because you can't really use the side of your brush as much. You've got to kind of trace it straight over. Now you can kind of rotate a little bit in some cases and so on and so forth, but it can still be a little difficult. And for the most part, you did pretty good. I'm not going to complain about that. Other thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, I think that I want to echo your thought that doing the red with some purple. I mean, he's exhibited that on the cloaks of a couple of those Mortark models anyway. So that I'm in agreement with you. The other thing I wanted to look closer at was the blades on his Arkai.
Yes.
What are they called? They're not called Mortarks. What are they called?
The Morghast, Arkai, and Harbingers. Yes, Morghasts.
So he's gone into the sort of nihilic oxide for the points of the blades and the edging. But I think it just needs to transition. There's a big surface area that he's working with on these blades. And I think that there needs to be some sort of middle transition rather than just be all black and then so very suddenly all bright nihilic oxide. So there needs to be more extension of that transition color, I guess is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's my only add.
Jeff, any thoughts?
No, I mean, I think you guys have really hit on my major points, especially what you said at the beginning, Vince, with the bone. I think it's such a important area on undead models, or Tomb King / end time / death now models, is to keep working on that. But overall, I think you hit on all the major points I would have raised.
Very good.
Oh, I also want to say one other thing as an aside here, and that is that for all the people out there that were butthurt about, Games Workshop trying to capitalize on them through the end times, selling them several $100s worth of models that they could never use again, here is Who's of Doom telling you you were wrong. He's using them all.
He's using them all, absolutely. And let me tell you what, everybody who faced him at Holy Havoc very quickly learned to fear this entire little brigade, especially when combined with Mourngol 1 and Mourngol 2. Let me tell you what, that is a, scary, scary combo.
It's also such a cool looking forest. This group shot here, Hooves, is just it looks really badass. I don't know how else to describe it, but the amount of detail in these models, the character in each of them, it comes across really well with the paint scheme here.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Well done, sir. You should be very proud. It's a huge amount of minis to paint. There's also like 110 skeletons he didn't include there as well, so it's pretty good. All right, let's talk about some Deathmaster Snitch.
Well, this was a bit of a troublesome guy for me. I guess I first want to admit that I really struggled with photographing this thing too, by the way. I'm pretty overexposed by a couple of angles here. But yeah, the struggle on this was to get that transition of black. That was the whole goal of this model, was to try to do that properly. And I don't think I did it. I spent probably 5 or 6 hours just on the black on this model alone, with various iterations and trying to be smooth, but also still trying to travel to virtually white on some points of it. But yeah, as I said earlier, when we were doing a critique of Marok's model, I didn't get there. I have to just do it more. I just have to try it on more models and express it. And this is probably a lesson that I need to learn, that you can't be great at something you've never tried before on the first go. You have to be willing to suck it up and do it several times to do it right. So that was the lesson I took away from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know where your sort of need to reach is here with it. And what I'll say is I empathize with you. I cheated and just painted him in white. So there you go. That was I went for the Assassin's Creed assassin.
Oh, you're good.
So Kieran, is the issue here that you don't like the great gradation between the black and the white here? Is that you wanted more thin layers, or what was the issue?
Yeah, I wanted it more smooth, like where it curls around the top, for example. There's a real highlight point right above his blade there. Okay, where it's folded a little bit as well, so there's got to be a well of darkness on the very top side of it. But as it sort of curls down to the point, that's got to be a very highlighted point. So that's nearly white. Also, the other troublesome spot was where it starts to go back around the back end of that curve and then come back down. Mm-hmm. So just to the left of the blade, yeah, where you're at right now. So that was a trouble spot too, because it's a sort of a wide band where you can't get away with it being just an edge highlight. It has to be a surface highlight. In my estimation anyway. And I think there's one shot that, although it's overexposed, comes right from the straightforward looking angle on him. It might give you a better look at what I'm talking about there. Yeah, this one here.
It's really challenging. And especially given that, like, say you were to be blending it up and you highlight it too much, typically you might be able to wash it back down, or glaze it back down rather. But to my mind, the glaze or the wash would pool in the wrong areas for you here because of the way that the cloak bends up. So it's not going to, like a normal cloak that just flows down, it's a little bit easier to control. But here you've got, it would pool in incorrect areas, so that's not as much of an option for you. It's really challenging.
There's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of glazing and sharpening and washing and sharpening, and yeah, anyway. It's a practice thing, I think, is the bottom line of all this.
It seems like it. It reminds me, like a few months ago, I was painting a gut rot spume model, and every once in a while you just you get good at painting things, and then you paint something that you expect you'll be able to handle, but it'll be a little challenging. Like for me, it was the transition of the tentacle from the points to the flesh. And going from I wanted to do scorpion green, obviously for the tentacles, into the flesh, and I just effed it up like 4 times. It's the point where I had put too much paint on it. I have to buy a new model and do it again. And so yeah, it's a testament to the fact that even when one gets good at painting, you're still faced with challenges sometimes that just require the same sort of practice that we had to do when we were painting the simplest of things when we just started.
Right.
So just I'm sorry, I'm taking an opportunity here to think about with the PmP community, the way in which we all face challenges, and sometimes it's just a matter of practicing and pushing through it, and accepting that it didn't come out the way you wanted and trying better next time. You know, it happens to everybody.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with this one.
Vince, do you have a magic bullet here? Something that Kieran's not seeing and I'm not seeing?
Well, what I'll say is black cloth is one of the toughest things to do because it has to have very little gradation. Like one of the, honestly, I think Kieran, your challenge here is you're over highlighted. You don't need this much highlight on black. So I would direct everybody to Massive Voodoo has an article on black. I think it's actually like the headline of it's called Paint It Black. And they go through the differences between painting black cloth, black reflective cloth like satin or silk, black metal, and black leather. All four of these black things actually will read a lot different, right? Because of the natural sheen that they have, how reflective they are, and stuff like that. And I think if we're talking about flat black cloth, which is certainly what I interpret Deathmaster Snitch to be using, right? Like he is the knight. You know, this guy is just one with the shadows, right? So he wouldn't be wearing anything that has any gloss to it. I think you want to keep it really mostly black. I think if it was me, I would do the whole thing in a German gray. So that is a very, very close analog to black. I would take it down to true black in the recesses, and I would go up the slightest step with probably like a cold white gray, maybe dark, deep blue mix for the only highlight. And then I would smooth that out with a glaze of that original German gray. And I think that would make it actually read as black, because I think right now he reads as gray, right?
Yeah, with the exception of the cowl, like if you focus in on the center of the model that I'm looking at right now, I think that's from the shot that you were on there before.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, what I'm saying, where I was most successful with it was right around the cowl of his head.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Right here.
Can you zoom in a little there, Vince? Oh, there we go. Yeah, and see, and there it's only at the sharpest points that you've got that bright highlight. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, while we're here, though, focusing on other parts of the model, I'd like to give you a little shout out for the way that you painted the tail and the poison on the weeping blades. I think that came across really effectively.
Thanks. Well, I knew you'd have something good to say about my poison drippings.
Absolutely. It does seem as though we snuck some scorpion green in here.
Hey,
again,
I didn't even say anything about the color. I just said I liked it. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys said that.
We know what you mean. No, I agree. The tail looks good. Your rat skin color looks good. Obviously, we've all seen what you can do with Skaven. We know that Kieran knows rat flesh color. There's no doubt about that. You go back in the PmP and look at go back very, very long time to see incredible Skaven models that Kieran has painted. So there's no question of his skill there.
All right. Well, we've talked about that one enough. Let's go look at it.
Move on. I get it. All right. Mikkel. All right. Or Michael. I don't know how to say that.
Mikhail, I believe.
All right, Mikhail. There you go. All right, here we go.
Yeah, like Gorbachev. That's how he spells it, right, Mikhail?
Oh, sure. That could be a good reference.
I think so. Anyhow, well, speaking of old things from the 80s and 70s, these models. So here we've got, what is this guy? Felix, right? Or Go
Felix, yeah.
Felix, yeah. So the original Felix model. I quite like the way that you painted this guy up. I especially like the green that you've done on the pants here and the way that you've blended that up. Vince, in the comments, he said he was using a zenithal highlight method, which he's just trying out for the first time. So I think it's a good first attempt at that. And maybe you'll have some comments after I get through my preliminary stuff to give him a little bit more feedback as someone who's a pro when it comes to zenithal highlighting. I will say, so can we flip around to the back of this guy? I think it's image number 2 or maybe even 4. Is it? Oh, right there will do, actually. That'll be a good one. 4, yeah. Perfect. So here I think you've done a nice job of highlighting up the red. You go from that really deep color in the recesses to a nice vibrant red at the folds of the fabric, the tops of the folds. But I will say, one thing that I might do if I were you, now here, because this is glossy, we can see the way that the light is bouncing off of that cape. And I think this is wonderfully instructive in an accidental way, this photograph. So if you look at the places where the light is shining most, and we're almost seeing like white lines here because of the way that the light is bouncing off the glossy. Yeah, you see those sharp lines in a couple of the areas. That's exactly the place to put your final thin line highlight. So whatever your final highlight is going to be, and it's possible you've done this underneath that and we can't see it exactly because of the way the light's bouncing off here, but you can use this picture for reference moving forward. If you're mixing in orange, for example, with this red to get that final highlight or whatever it is you're doing, you want to do that nice thin coat exactly where that light is bouncing off, just at the apex of the fold in the fabric. So that's just something I noticed really quickly as I was looking across your models here. Why don't we go to the second one, the Chaos Wizard? And now here, Mikkel said that he's experimenting with a new paint range and he wanted to get a little wild with the paint scheme, and he recognizes that it might be a little too colorful. So yeah, you're right there, Mikkel. I think there are one too many colors, maybe two too many colors here, but we can tell that you're just trying to flex your muscles when it comes to using the color wheel. From a technical perspective here, I think again I want to compliment you on the way that you've highlighted that green. That's a really nice job of making that fabric look quite realistic. On the leather gloves, I think that here you could do a little bit more. So look at the contrast that you have in that cloak, that green cloak, where it goes from that nice deep rich green to something much lighter on the highlights. Here, when you get to the leather gloves, you don't quite get that level of contrast. I think a little bit of darker brown in those really deep folds, for example, between the fingers and right in the sharp area under the wrist of the glove. I think you could do a little bit darker there. And I think you could go a little bit lighter on a couple of the areas, like, for example, around the base of the glove in those sharp areas and on the knuckles and the thumbs. So that's my 2 cents for you there. I hope you like this paint range that you're choosing and you got what you wanted out of testing out all these different colors here. But from a technical perspective, I like the way that you've painted each of these areas. I just think that, as you noted in your introduction, that the harmony of the colors there doesn't quite work because there are just too many different primary colors on the model. But from a painting exercise, I think mission accomplished there to try out all sides of the color wheel. Now, Vince, did you have any more pointers for him when it comes to the zenithal highlighting?
Yeah, let's talk about zenithal a little bit here, because we can really see it in this photo, especially around the green. And what I'll say is that it looks like you're using some thin shading and preserving a lot of that zenithal with the green and red will do that very well. That's good. I like that. And I think the pants are the standout thing to me here. You executed on that really well. I'll also point out that the leather here on Felix has some darker areas that the other guy didn't have. I could even see a little more. We could work in some even darker colors into this leather. I also have to compliment you on your blonde hair, as it isn't yellow. So thumbs up, way to go. A lot of people paint blonde hair yellow. You didn't. You avoided the trap. You have it nice and down in color. I'd love to see a little more sepia tones in there as well. Yellow often has shades of brown in it. Blonde hair is one of the blonde hair itself is one of the next most challenging thing after true black hair. So we're just climbing our way up in hair difficulty ratings here. The final thing I'd say is on the sword, I totally get what you're going for with the alternate non-metallic metal style on true metallic metal. Good stuff. I like where your head's at. We need to smooth this out a little bit and make sure it's very sharp. Nice, sharp, clean edges and clean break lines are the key to selling this illusion, and a smooth transition on the flat. So here we have a bit too sudden of our transition between our not shiny and very shiny. We need to smooth that out, like smooth peanut butter. Just smooth that right out and sharpen up those edges. This should be very black here, smooth up to this silver white you've got here. Yeah, good stuff. like peanut butter.
That's a good one. Peanut butter.
There you go. I think you nailed it better on the front, honestly. Like I think the front of the blade looks smoother than the back. So more like this. Is what I'll say.
Yeah, and lastly, of course, we're happy to have you here, Mikkel.
Absolutely. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, let's see some more in the coming months.
All right. Moving on. Okay, so let's see what we got here. All right. I'll take Chubby Soar's first Infinity miniatures. If Jeff, you want to take Josh's these guys.
Yeah.
A 40K related group of
Base
figures.
robots.
30K related, yeah.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Yes,
You're more
thank you.
qualified already than both of us.
Absolutely. You've just proven that these should definitely fall to you.
All right,
And
I'll take
Kieran,
it.
since you seem to be on the Victor tip this month, I guess if you want to take the Skull Grinder.
Yes, Victor and I will become very intimate this month.
Absolutely. It just keeps happening. All right.
Right.
So, Infinity miniatures. All right. So, obviously, for those not familiar with Infinity miniatures are all metal. They're very fiddly, but they have some great hard lines. They're excellent miniatures. So, Chubby Soar, my initial thoughts on this is as follows. Your color choices here are very interesting. The clear rocks are really weird to me. Because they're not painted. And anytime you put a not painted thing on the base, it really stands out. That is my first thought. My second thought is we have got to thin these paints, brother. I can tell just by looking that the paint is going on way, way too thick. Like if I look at this flesh here, or what I assume that's supposed to be flesh, as she seems to be nude, I believe. Or something. I don't know what she is. But like I think what we need to focus on for you is we need to sharpen things up, clean up, and get some more control. And that's going to happen by thinning that paint down and much more and getting a more careful control of it. Because we've got a lot of places over here where our lines aren't sharp, where the paint is too thick. I can see physical texture of paint. And that could be, and that's not just primer. Like I can see this tone, this right here is, clumpy. And so if that's like right here, if that's happening, this is thick paint right there. We want to avoid that. So the other thing I would say is with your bases, I'm just not sure what I'm going for here. I assume some kind of alien landscape. Fair. If these are weird glowing rocks that are clear crystals, then I would love to see some of this green. And it feels like maybe you almost did do a little bit of it right here. I can't tell. Were these clear rocks that you glazed? I don't know. I'm mystified. You throw me for a loop here, Chubby. Because if these are supposed to be like glowing rocks, I'd love to see them more just painted and then OSL'd around. I think that would sell the illusion better. If these were like quartz crystals that you just put a slapped a clear glaze on to tint them green, it's interesting. Because then they are painted slightly, but very translucent things often are always strange on miniature bases. But if you're gonna have this very like gray, flat kind of landscape, and that's what you really want to go for, then I think some OSL off these rocks would definitely liven that up and make it more interesting. Yeah, that's my thought on that.
I got a thought about rocks, those rocks in particular.
Yeah, hit me.
Just because I've worked on a couple of occasions with translucent plastic and those kinds of things, you can't really paint on them that well to turn them into something else without making them entirely opaque. So the advice that I have is to get back to a spray varnish. So squirt it very lightly with a spray varnish, and then you can get out a green wash or a green ink of some kind and wash it over all that so that you can define the texture and the folds and the bumps and the crannies of those stones. And then I think that you'll have something that looks like a more convincing crystal result that's refracting more light, commensurate with the scale that you're working in, right? For the same reason that you paint sand. I mean, like, you can glue sand down, and sand is sand, so how can you argue that you should paint sand? But yet somehow we all recognize that when we do models, we have to paint the sand that we glue down. if we're doing it on a whole surface. Otherwise, it just doesn't look like something proper for the scale that we're working in.
Same thing goes with like chain link, like bracelet. What's it called? Like a metal, like a woven metal. I'm losing my words.
Like chainmail.
Yeah, kind of like chainmail, but like, you know, when people put chain, chain.
Oh,
I think the word is chain. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, when people take like an actual little chain,
like a jewelry chain.
Yeah,
exactly.
like jeweler's chain. Yeah.
I don't have words tonight, but yeah, exactly that.
So yeah, so that's my point, is to bring this into scale and to make it look proper for the scale that you're working in. Just squirt with varnish, because that's how it's not quite a primer, but your wash that you're going to put onto it will just seep away unless it's got something to bind to. So that varnish will create something to bind to a little bit, and you can wash it over top.
Yeah, and also like what you're doing there is you're taking back control of the light. So whereas here he's got, you know, the light playing off of this rocks that are unpainted, it's working differently than the light that he's painting on himself, on the flesh and the hair and all the other parts of the model. Mm-hmm. And so when you apply that matte varnish and then go back and apply the paint yourself, you're bringing back the light and controlling it in a way that you're not when you just glue something onto the base that hasn't been painted.
Yep, that's a good point. All right, moving on. So 30K from Josh.
Yeah, Horus Heresy. I think that's what these are. Yeah, these are Horus Heresy models. And I believe that guy that looks especially boss is a Primarch, but I'm not like an expert on 30K. Just I keep up with the rumors and the new release models. Anyhow, and these might be. What's that?
So you are to me.
Oh, thank you. Well, I know that these are Imperial fists because I like painting Crimson fists, and these are the yellow version, the first founding. All right, I'm getting too deep. All right. Really wonderful models here. And it's Josh, right? Josh Tan?
That's how we've been saying it. I don't think he's ever corrected us, so let's go with it.
All right, let's go with that. Yeah, Josh, I think this is really impressive. Painting yellow is no easy task, but here you've done it in a way that makes it look quite smooth and really effective. I like the way that Josh highlights as well. He's going for more of a cartoony look, which is actually kind of similar to the way I paint. I like going for those stark highlights and making it look a little cartoony. That's not to say it doesn't look, you know, realistic. It's just that you're painting with that kind of style. So points for that. I think that these are definitely, you know, your own models, and they don't look like any others that I've seen, especially when it comes to Imperial fists. What else to say? I mean, we can move across several of these pictures. I've got one critique I want to get to as we move toward the end, but I just want to compliment all of the attention to detail that you've got here, from the marble on the Primarch shield to the Dreadnought had some lettering on it that he had hand painted. And here, look at the weathering we've got on the tracks of this this gun, as well as the weathering that we see on all of the bases. There's also battle damage. You can see it here on some of the shoulder pads, and yeah, that one there, and then that big section. And he's done the technique where you make the battle damage pop quite a bit by painting a dark color and then painting the metal underneath, so that it makes it look three-dimensional, because of course he's just painting that onto a 2D surface. Well, it's 3D, but you know what I mean, a flat surface.
Yes. Yeah.
And so here, just let's look at the front of that, the casing on that that gun and that yellow, that really nice gradation that he's got there as it moves from almost like an ochre to a really nice bright yellow. And then of course his highlighting when it comes to the black and the yellow is very sharp and it's very bright, to make it pop quite a bit. So I think that looks quite good. The critique I've got for you, and it's something I noticed when I took a look at all these pictures and I really zoomed in, and is that some of your line highlighting can be a little bit on the sloppy side, which works totally fine if you're going for something that has a really impressive feel from anything other than like 4 or 5 inches away or further. So if you're going for something that really pops on the tabletop and looks, you know, expert from that distance, then that way of painting suffices just fine. When you get really close, though, some of the hard edging that you do. Can we skip to another image where we can maybe take a look at this? Let's see. Yeah, let's go in here. Go in real close. Let's zoom in on any part of the model, really. So you can see the line highlighting on and the edging on the shoulder, the black shoulder there is pretty good. But then, yeah, Vince, you're pointing out a part on the power fist, some of the way that you've highlighted up the metal. Now, this is maybe a little bit unfair because we're really zooming in close here and taking a hard look. But I'm trying to come up with something to push you further, only because I think that the models look so excellent that you might take this advice and think about it a little bit. If you spend just a little bit more time on each of these highlights, using the edge of your brush, using a really fine tip on your nice Winsor Newton brush, it'll make it look just that much crisper. So that's one thing I'd encourage you to do if you're pushing it further. If you want to go that route, you're going to impress people with your painting with exactly what you've done here for the rest of your days. Everyone's going to think that you've got excellent stuff, but I'm trying to give you one thing to push you a little bit further because I think you've done such an excellent job painting up that yellow, choosing a paint scheme that works so well. And even the way that you've done, for example, the laurels, you go from a really nice rich dark green to, well, scorpion green on the highlighting. So
Can't get away from it this month.
Every time it comes up, I got to say something. And even like the depth that you've done in the face there, with all that really beautiful color that you've added in there. So that's my 2 cents. My one comment to push you a little further is some of your lines could be a little bit sharper, a little bit tighter. That's one thing that I'd think about moving forward. But otherwise, I'm really impressed with the models on the whole. I think that it's a really awesome looking force, and you've done great work here, Josh.
Totally agreed.
Yeah, Josh deserves all my compliments for painting pock marks and battle damage and scrapes on armor. That's
yeah,
one of these things.
The battle damage is just fantastic. So
yeah,
very well done.
Yeah, and then we can see the lettering even better on that dreadnought. Really nice looking stuff.
Yep.
And there, you notice how he waters down the paint that he's using for the font. And that's such a
very, very light. Yes.
Yeah, that's a cool technique because so he's using these stark highlights on all the other parts of the model, but then when he's doing the lettering on the scroll work, it draws you in, and it looks worn and weathered in this interesting way. Because one would think, based on the way that he painted the rest of his stuff, that would be a really sharp, deep black and maximizing the contrast, but he didn't do it there, and I think it's an intentional choice to pull you in, to make you look at it.
Yeah, I also think it can look way too stark, right? Like the white is very stark, but of course it's white on yellow, and right, so it's not that far away to have that kind of a stark transition. But when you put white against black, it can be a bit much. Like in honesty, I think some of these like the decals he used, those feel pretty stark to me. This is the one, the white decal here on black are the decals that feel a bit out of place for me, right? Because they're so stark when nothing else is quite that stark. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
But the contemptor here with this damage, like especially around here, these shoulders, this is my favorite battle damage on the whole piece. This little gear joint box, the way it's eaten up and then dotted and eaten down, that looks so organically natural. Like wonderful, wonderful weathering. All right.
Good stuff.
It really is. Okay, Victor with the skull grinder, Mr. I'm swinging a forge around.
Yeah, so this is a model from the board game, right?
Yes, he's one of the regular heroes who also happens to come in Gorchos, and you got it.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with the critique, and then we'll work our way to the stunning thing that amazes me a little bit. So I think that obviously a lot of this model is metallic. He's got both gold or brass, if you want to think of it that way, as well as some steel bits. And I think that on the gold, especially, it's not to the Victor case standard that I'm used to, and that doesn't mean to say that it's poor. It's obviously far from poor. He's a great painter, but him paying attention to where the light is reflecting on some of these things doesn't quite match up. Like this bit that's trailing away from the chain to his that's draping down from his waist, for instance. Some of the bracelet and the framing of the hammer. And that's fine. You know what, Victor, you're doing this as a game piece, and I'm not going to hold you to appearing in White Dwarf standard on a game piece like that. But so that's my tiny critique. If we flip to the final frame right here, what amazes me in here is a tiny subtlety that I think is super fantastic, and I wonder if you guys pick out the same thing. It's
my favorite. What's that?
What were you going to say, Jeff?
I was going to say the flame as well. I was also going to say that I love this game that Kieran plays sometimes where we get to guess. I love guessing.
Isn't it fun? But it's the embers that go out of that smoking flame there.
Yeah.
I think, what a fantastic idea. That is a tremendous idea, because you're trying to sculpt what is smoke, or billowing out of a flaming thing. And what's always in there is a couple of little sparks that shine through. And why has nobody in the world thought of this before?
I don't. It's the funniest thing, but as soon as you said like, what's the thing, I was like, what's the embers? It's obviously the embers, right? Yeah, because I agree. Why have I never thought of this? It's one of those. It's just like I smacked my head and I was like, oh my god, yes, it would. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be. Yeah. So I totally agreed. I now I want to play with that in the next model that has smoke over fire model.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the old ogre fire belly now.
Ah, there you go.
And get some of that action in there, I think.
Good call.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
this is an excellent touch. Yeah.
That's my takeaway from there.
Very, very good eye, and I totally agree. Yep. Right on. Okay. And yeah, I think you can tell because he gave him the red base like he's meant to be for the Gore Chosen game. And he's using the hero base, or not the hero bases, but, the Shattered Dominion base set there. Yeah. Very nice. All right. Moving on. Okay, so let's see what we got here. All right. We talked about Casualty's orcs, so let's just take another look at his next batch there, because we're not gonna. Most of a lot of them are same. What I'll say is here. Let me just point out a quick note. Look what we've done here. Oh, we got a little bit more blood spatter down here on the hand, but he hasn't overdone it down on the hilt. So it's good. Like it's as though he was psychic and knew what we were going to say. The other thing I want to point out is it's a good use of the red here in the green where the scar tissue is. Bringing reds into orc flesh. We've talked about that in previous months. I really like that because it makes the orc flesh feel much more alive and like there's blood in there and stuff like that. So
yeah, and on that note, real quick, hit that bottom lip with a little bit of red. Next time you're doing that, that can make a really nice effect.
So overall, very, very cool. Those are coming along fantastic, Casual. So let's see. Why don't I start with Vlad's Kurnoth Hunters here? And then why don't we do Kieran, if you want to take Bart K's his first submission, another newbie. Oh, so many newbies this month. It's exciting.
Good stuff.
And Jeff, we'll let you stick to the space people. From
Sounds good.
Cool. Right. So Vlad and I were talking. Somebody made a comment that this reminded them of MechWarrior, which I actually agreed with just because of the very stark, bright colors and the white and the fire. I love this color scheme, Vlad. I think this looks fantastic. It looks like birch trees, which is, I'm pretty sure, what he was going for. I think he says that in the comments. So I love the white. It's so bright. And it's funny because normally with this much bright orange, it would overwhelm the model. But because he's chosen to do white bark, it actually sits in quite well balanced because you've got all these bright colors. And it makes the deeper browns and greens fall into the recess really nicely because they smooth that out. So I like that. I think, I don't know, like there's a couple things I would push on here, Vlad. So first off, these look great. I like the scatter on the bases. I like the little OSL around the eyes. I think I'd love to see a little bit more transition in some of the fiery stuff. When I look down here in the leaves and scatter you've used, I see lots of like yellow to orange to red. I don't see all of that reflected in the pictures. Perhaps that could just be the camera washing it out. Red, orange, yellow transitions are often lost in camera photos. So perhaps that's there and I'm just not seeing it. But I'd love to see a little bit brighter yellow down here or something like that, and a little bit darker up here, or whichever direction we want to go with this. But some kind of directionality to it would be my point. And with the white, if it's really birch trees, you know, birch trees have this like almost peel to them sometimes, where there's bits of the sort of darker bark that show through. I'm not sure how you'd capture that. I wonder if you couldn't do some very light stippling of the almost darker color throughout the white to kind of break it up and make it look a little more organic. I don't know what that would look like. It might be worth a test. It could be very interesting. Maybe think of like the way birch bark sort of has a peel to it. That could be something that could help bring that forward. Maybe a little stippling of some brown, like around the edges here. You know, or the edges here. It would almost be like a pseudo weathering, I think, but it would make them feel maybe a bit more organic, because I think that the white looks really good, but it's almost too clean for something that's meant to be a natural tree come to life. So that's my only thought. There could be some interesting ways to push this. So there you go. Any other thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'd second that birch bark idea. And if you do a quick Google search, you'll see that a lot of birch trees will have sections that are, you know, pure white, and sections that are almost like a little brown wash over in splotchiness. And then there's, of course, those the birch bark trademark black sections, or I guess it'd be dark brown, you know, little lines all around it. But something to break up that white, I think, would do wonders for the model.
Yeah. Overall, fantastic color scheme choice. Very cool. Kieran, any thoughts before we move on?
No, I like the color balancing of it, right? Of course,
yeah,
making the base with lots of spotting of orange on there to tie it all in balances out the composition of it really well. So I'll add that compliment.
Agreed. And I see he has decided to use those quiverlings. Good on you, man. Good on you. I saw those on the sprue and I was like, nope.
What?
Threw those away.
Stop it. You threw them away?
No, of course not. They're in my bits box, but I didn't, you know, didn't use them.
I will take them. They're adorable.
You're welcome to them. I hate them. All right, so moving on. We'll talk after the show. All right, let's talk about Bart K's first submissions. So here we go.
Oh, yeah, let's. There's lots to talk about here. Holy jeebus. First off, let's talk about photography. This guy has captured mood lighting like nothing else. You know, he's not concerned about overexposing light, although there's a couple of sharp points where he's directed it.
Yeah,
but that's totally on purpose, and yes, it captures the creepy atmosphere of this little guy wonderfully. I am jealous of this in some ways, and everything seems to be. I don't mean for this to be talking about me and my adventures, but I was just telling these two guys before we sat down tonight that I'm embarking upon a model of doing the whole spectrum, right? And if you look closely here, what Bart's done is he has covered the entire spectrum. Like, I mean, if you look from the feet, he's starting in red orange. It's muted, but he does that before he moves into the actual green skin of the orc. And then you can see that he's got blue on the hands, yellows in various places, and he's using the entire spectrum. He has done some fantastic things too. Like if you look on this shot, that he's brought in orange on the shoulders, which reflects the fire that's billowing out from his staff above. He's capturing that OSL effect in a couple of those places. It looks orange from one angle, it looks green from another, and this is all due to lighting and the way that he's viewed this and photographed it as well. Furthermore, like the cosmos has come together at the same time, he has put speckles of embers in his smoke billow as well.
I saw the same thing originally. Yeah, it's so funny.
Like, how could I was just so amazed by that not even 3 minutes ago, and now I'm just seeing it again. I'm like, this is brilliant.
One point on that really quickly. I'd recommend, if you're going to do that though, here, doing a couple of little darker dots, So not quite the white, but maybe 50-50 black and white, just so a gray, to give a little bit more of a three-dimensional look to it. Because what'll happen is the lighter dots will look like they're a little bit more forward. Because if you're trying to produce like a 3D smoke effect, so I think maybe darker dots might do that.
Yeah,
I think even maybe tinting them
aura around it, maybe.
Yeah, or tinting them orange, right? Something like that, because they do look a bit like they're brighter than the thing that is kicking them off, right?
Right.
Yeah, but this isn't regular fire though either. Like,
right.
A good point. That's fair.
Spectral magical thingamajob.
Fair.
So it could be little miniature Tinkerbell pixies that are floating around in there.
Orcs don't roll with Tinkerbell pixies. Come on.
You don't know what this guy's into. You don't know him.
Okay. Well, this is AOS. Anything goes.
There you go.
Could be. Yeah, so I think a wonderful composition. I mean, this guy's putting all the pieces into the puzzle box together. So he's thinking about transitioning in color. It's all very soft as he goes from red to green. And many of the other places, if you focus on only the smoke billow alone, you can see yellow through blue as you go along the length of it, right? Other places that fit the piece just as well, as he hasn't gone too bright on things like horns and skulls. That's a little bit muted so that you can sort of focus on the other colors that are going on elsewhere in the model. Yeah, wonderful piece. And if this is day one submission, folks, we got lots to learn, and the PmP is going to bring all levels of the spectrum to us. There's another one of them.
Yeah, totally agreed. I love so many things about this. It should be noted how much I like the bit of like weathering and stuff, and sort of these splotchiness on his cloak, things like that, which I think is totally intentional. Like I think he's meaning to have this weathered, spotty, water stained cloak. And I think that because he intentionally did it here on these bones too, which I really like the dirt spatter, right, on these sort of teeth, I guess, or whatever they're meant to be. The advice I gave him, and the thing that sticks out to me, is the feet and the hands feel a bit under highlighted compared to the amazing transitions we've got going on a lot of the rest of this model. I feel like the feet and the hands feel a bit flat, right?
But if he's trying to do it from the light perspective of what's coming up above, those feet are entirely in shadow, right? Like there's none of that stuff coming from the staff that actually would make contact point down there, I don't think. Unless the heel on the backside of it.
Right. Yeah. What I'd love to see is, I agree. Then what I should feel like we should have then is some slight point of light here and on these toes right here. And then all of this should be cast in darker shadow, right?
Yeah.
Like then if it's not highlights I necessarily need, it could be low lights, right? I could get farther with shadows here, honestly, than highlights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can get on board with that.
All right. But yeah, I agree. Very cool stuff. And Bart, we want to see more, buddy. Bring us more. He mentioned he's got a background in oil painting, which I thought was very interesting. So
cool.
Yeah, very cool. All right. Hashut, his finished ultramarine captain.
Yeah, so Hashut confesses in his introduction that he loves the model, and he's starting to paint, and he's worried that he's not doing justice to the model, and hoping that he can continue to improve in the future. And Hashut, I tell you that you're posting in the right place for that kind of thing. That's what we're all here to do. Try to get better. So I want to start off with a nice compliment and something that I really like about this model. We can see it here in the first image, and we can see it again in image number 4, and that is the richness of the red that he has chosen to use here. I like how we can see that on the Roman head plume, and we can also see it on the cloak, which when we flip around, we'll get a good look at. Yeah, it's a nice vibrant, rich red that he's got there, and a nice deep shade in the recess to complete that effect. We could have a little bit more shade in the middle fold on the model right there. Yep, just to bring it in line with the others and make it consistent. But I think that your color selection here is quite good. So let's think about what it would take, Hashut, for you to start to do justice to the model, to use your words. I think It's going to take a little bit more brush control. It's going to take a little bit more patience, and it's going to take practice. And those are the three things that all of us really need to keep in mind when we're painting every miniature we paint. So for you, I think you're going to really want to focus on getting nice sharp line highlights, getting nice smooth thin coats on your base coats, and then just practicing a little bit more. You'll know a little bit better as to where to put highlights and where to emphasize light hitting your model. So for example, let's take a look at the sheath for that plasma pistol. We can see around the waist of this guy on the left-hand side. So there, I think we could work on all three of those things that I just recommended. There, the paint color, the base coat is seemingly a little bit splotchy. You got a little bit of blue creeping onto the leather pouch, and the line highlights aren't sharp enough to really give that three-dimensional look to the model. So there, if we were to revisit that in a future model, for example, if we're thinking about painting that sort of thing, a nice thin coat of brown, build it up 2 or 3 times. Nice thin, quick, easy coats. A nice little sharp highlight, and then if you splash some blue on there when you paint the blue portion of the model, you just go back and touch it up and do the same thing to kind of make it look cleaner. So when we're painting, and something we're all keeping in mind when we paint our miniatures is try to be as patient as possible. Recognize that painting is a really difficult task. There's a reason why most people in society don't do it. And so in order to really get good at it, we just got to grind through it. And it'll get easier and easier every time you paint to achieve the effects that you've encountered before and that you practiced. The next time you paint a space marine will be a little bit easier, and the third time a little bit easier than that. So those are my general painting pieces of advice to go with there. Here, you want to implement those sorts of things throughout the model. When it comes to the blue armor, get some nice sharp highlights, shading all the appropriate areas when it comes to something like the red cloak. And then, of course, keeping in mind the fact that you're going to need to go back and touch up some things if you make a couple little mistakes. We all do it. We all put paint on the portions of the model we didn't intend to. But the more you practice painting, the less frequently that sort of thing will happen. Painting will become even more enjoyable. But I want you not to get down on yourself for not achieving exactly what you wanted to with this model. Recognize that it's part of the process, and that if you keep at it, you'll be able to do justice to the models in the way that you want to. I think you got to be proud with what you've accomplished here, and just keep building on that progress as you move forward.
Totally agreed. It's good advice. One little thing I think would be fun here is if we carried this red onto the eyes, the lenses, because that would kind of tie that together. But yep, I agree with everything you said. Yeah, don't worry about are you doing justice to a model. Worry about are you happy with how it came out. Where if you're honest enough with yourself, and it sounds like you are, to spot where you're not quite meeting what's in your head, that's what you need to focus on. Just keep practicing on that. You'll get there.
As we talked about through my journey earlier in this episode, it's a matter of recognizing that and looking to build on it to the next model that you do.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well said, Jeff. Very well said.
Thanks.
All right, got a couple more from Casual here. He's knocking out these Uryx. Here we've got some good streaking. It's funny. Watching him advance on everyone, even like in between, like we can see the streaking of the blood on the blade here.
That's exactly what I was talking about in that first picture we saw.
Yep, he's got a little on the gloves. It's so funny to watch. Like this is, and I want to give a shout out here to everybody who was interacting with Casual and giving him constant feedback and talking about it. We do these end of month shows, and I love it. But the reality is, everybody, we say this at the end every time. I'm going to say it again now. Everybody who's answering, who's giving feedback, I cannot encourage that enough. Thank you to everyone who gives regular feedback, because that's the thing that helps people grow every time in between models. So well done. Yeah, and I can see the improvement here, Casual, just over this 1 month because of that feedback. So awesome stuff. Alrighty, so why don't I take my Malifaux crew here, and Kieran, if you want to take Talia the Skink Priestess, which is a model that makes me slightly uncomfortable because I'm not sure how I should feel about it. And then Jeff, if you want to take Bleep Bloop's wonderful Karn Wraith. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right. So this was a fun crew. This is for competition. I'm not sure what competition yet. I don't know if it's up to standards of what I need out of a crew. I have a second one I'm going to paint and see which one I like better. But I did try to take myself to the absolute limit on this. So I'll just point out some fun things here. This is just a selection of the various pieces of Rasputina's crew that I liked and thought worked well together. I'm sure Kieran recognizes most of these models, and I like them very much. The Ice Dancer especially is one of my favorite, but obviously the trick here was to try to paint basically in blues, and wherever I used warm colors like browns, you hear me talk a lot about desaturating colors or changing the feel of colors. So let's take a look. In fact, let me do this. Oops. Let's get in here on Rasputina. So if you look at her boots, first of all, we've got the snow pigmentation on her boots to show the sort of salty, grimy, snowy boots. And where we've got her belt, I've taken that and turned it very black or very gray. So I've grayed out a lot of those browns. Now, a fun thing I'll point out here that was when we look at the back, she is wearing actually a coat. Her coat has no texture. So a fun challenge I thought to myself was to give her one of those like Han Solo puffy coats that you see girls wear in winter all the time. That's like a vest that's separate from that. So I, wanted to recreate that completely with freehand, and I'm fairly happy with how that came out and the sort of perceived, perceived texture there. And then obviously the big challenge was to paint this nice little winter scene on the back of her cloak. I thought that was fun because, why not? She seems like the kind of master who would walk around with a Bob Ross winter scene on her cloak just to show off. And then we have the ice bases and stuff like that. The dancer was very fun to do. And then obviously the snow and stuff is the freehand snow. Just always trying to think about, like, when you're thinking about competition models, you can't just stop at like, well, make sure I've got everything painted well. You've got to go, what can I do to take this to the absolute next level? Where can I push it farther? Where can I push it farther?
Well, they're here with that long, smooth surface. It's just begging for some attention.
Yeah, exactly. Just too big and flat and empty, right? If you don't do something. Yeah, exactly. So she has the same snowflakes on the back of her, on her backside as well. But yeah, I don't know. There you go. That's this crew. I welcome feedback, gentlemen, if you have any.
Sure. I was gonna ask you, tighten up on the backside of Rasputina for a sec. Okay. So, whether intentional or not, up around your moon aura, it looks as though you tried to do a little bit of fabric texturing that we talked about last month. Did you, in fact, or is that an accidental thing?
I was trying to capture this sort of faded fog of night. It wasn't intentionally fabric texture. It kind of came out that way, which I was happy about. But I was trying to capture more the like foggy haze, right, of a moon on a snowy night, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because I see a little bit of that exists in there. It's good. Yeah, I quite like that. As far as the realism of the scene, it looks totally convincing, and it stays within your color spectrum. Even your green that you brought in there for a little bit of the trees and on the bottom of the hills isn't a too bold green. I'm sorry, Jeff, it's not scorpion green.
Well, you'll be happy to know there is zero green in those trees. That's all blue.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, it's just playing with different shades and saturations of blue. Every single color on these models has blue worked into it. Even the brown has a tint of blue put into it.
Yeah, so wonderful stuff across the board. I do appreciate the muted fact of the coldness of not getting into any bright colors on any of it across the board, aside from the blues that are supposed to be bright. Because that would take away from it and the composition of it as a whole. So I think that's really good. The other thing that I really noted was how you made the Ice Dancer look spectral, And I know that you say you didn't put any other color into that, but it does give the sort of illusion that it's a bit greenish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. It comes out when you take that
fine.
very like light blue and mix it with flesh tone, you do get this almost like sort of teal shade to it, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I've called you the tyrant of teal before, so you know, I think that fits.
A title I wear proudly. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, and what I really like here is the way that you know, your bases, it's kind of hard to know where the model ends and where the base begins in some ways in terms of the color application. And I mean that as a compliment. In that you've got so much attention to detail on the basing and so much variety of color worked into all the little recesses. So for example, I believe it was Raspertina, if you look at around her feet, do we have an image of that there? If you suck in there, zoom in there, yeah, see that nice little blue that's you know, creeping out of the cracks down around her feet. It's just, it would be easy to just leave that with the snow, you know, the whitish snow, and be done with it. But you add a lot of interest there, working that thin blue glaze into the snow itself, and so I quite like how that works with the crew as a whole, and the way that the basing, it's not just that it complements the models, it's almost an extension of the painting styles and techniques that you're using on the models themselves.
I wanted to ask you again, Vince, on that, we talked briefly about the ice golem as well, and putting sprinkling some snow onto his uppers. Did you give that a go to see what it looked like?
Not yet. I haven't had a chance to. I'm working on the end of month submit for the budget of Sigmar, and that's taken my time. But fortunately, I've got several months until I need to compete with these, and so I'm going to come back to all of them.
Yeah. Well, what I mean by that, just for the listeners, is my thought for him was that up in all the crags around across the shoulders, etc., where that wouldn't really move around a lot, I thought it would be a cool idea to have actual snow that had packed into there and settled. So maybe try that out. We'll see how it looks.
Yeah.
You can just drop it on there and not even glue it down and see what it looks like.
Right, because then if you don't like it, you could always just blow it out. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think of the like I mentioned to you, I think of the P3 or the Privateer Press Hordes model, the ice or whatever king is. He has, right, that big Colossus gargantuan thing that they have. He's got snow up amongst his ice crags that come out of his back. Yeah.
Yeah, that might look cool.
It's a good call. All right. I noticed this. It bothers me. I noticed this in the photo. There's a little place where the sealant didn't quite meet there. I need to fix that. Little flaws. Always little flaws. Okay. I don't know why her eyes look like they're not painted. They are. I assure you, her eyes are a color. It's so weird. But yeah, her eyes are painted. They're quite bright blue. Weird thing there. Okay. Apparently my eyes don't photograph anymore. I have no idea what's going on there. All right. Let's go to Talia, a model that is both beautiful and makes me slightly uncomfortable. I shouldn't be slightly attracted to lizard people. All right, here we go.
Oh, is that why it's uncomfortable?
Well, that makes one of us, Vince.
Yeah. You're saying you don't think
this is a
you don't mind being attracted to lizard people. I got it. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, you got me.
All right,
sorry,
please continue.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Compared to what we looked at before from Marok and his dark Batman model, this is a wonderful contrast to it. You know, with bright blues and yellows and greens. Well, I think the complement of these colors looks really good. So let's start off by saying that. The tail is huge on this, though. It seems ridiculously so.
She's got a Skaven level tail, absolutely.
Beyond that, yeah, something it's dragon-like. Anyway, as far as the composition of the model, as I said, that would benefit to be on the top of that staff in some tiny capacity as well. But that's my only critique about that. The other things that we want to look at throughout the model, I think, that I'm drawn to is the warm gold. And I think that looks wonderful but I think that to just draw some edging and sharpness to a few spots, if you can get to a little bit brighter, and that might mean, and Jeff will agree with me on this, mixing in a touch of silver on some of the edge of those kinds of things. You might have to mix in a little bit of that to capture the sharp, bright spots. That's a small improvement that I think you can manage on the gold side of things. But I have no other negative critiques other than that. I think this is a wonderful looking model throughout. Even from the backside, I think that there's more gold going on the back view of this model throughout most of it, and that's a spot, I guess, where you can appreciate that could use some more edging in a few spaces.
Yeah, I would agree with the edging. I think the blue looks really good on the skin. I think it's well etched out. Here's one minor thing that occurred to me. I think these are supposed to be feathers, these yellow things, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So what occurs to me is they're fairly samey in their yellow tone. And I'll tell you what might be neat. Our green is mostly lopsided here on the left. I think it could be neat to have this green, like you see feathers that have the lines kind of drawn through them, right? Like from the center, you've got a. I'd love to see a couple of this green worked in as lines on these feathers, just you know, like that. It could push that green around a little more on the model and really break up the yellow of the feather.
Yeah, you know what I might do there? Oops, sorry, real quick. What I might do there is on the tips of the feather, like the bottoms, doing that like diamond that you see sometimes on the base of on the tips of feathers, and then do some of those lines.
Yeah,
you know, getting further and further spaced out as you come toward the base of the feather. That might be something you could try to do there.
Yeah, those are a couple of things. I also want to add a compliment about how he's done his gleam of jade on his gemstone too. On the eyes, he's actually got a couple of points of light in there, or what would be the eyes, I guess, if this wasn't a mask. And he's also done some good gleams on the framing of the staff top as well. I think that looks really good.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, very cool conversion, man.
To the gold.
I'll tell you what, this is up there for one of my favorite conversions because it's so original and unusual, right? Like, but it's a wonderful combination. It feels like I saw this and I was like, why haven't we seen any chick lizard men like this? I think it's pretty awesome, or lizard people, I guess, in this case. All right, good stuff. All right, let's talk about Bleep Blue.
What you don't realize is they're all chicks. You just haven't noticed.
That's a good point. Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't be assuming that lizard men adhere to mammalian sort of physiology, but yeah, a fair point. All right.
Lizard man and not lizard women.
Yes, lizard folk, as they're called now in D&D. Yes.
Yeah. So we've got another submission from Bleep Bloop. We haven't seen him in a little while, but he's still kicking and still kicking out some cool undead miniatures. I mean, I don't have a huge amount to say here, Bob, except for the fact that, you know, I like it in the same way that I've liked almost everything you've presented on the PmP. I think that the sickly greenish hues that you use here toward the base of the Charon Wraith's tattered clothes and the bluish dark black that you've painted on the top, I think those look really, really effective. Ditto for the way that you've highlighted the metal here, where you've got the nice thin, sharp line on the base of the shaft there, where the scythe meets the wooden handle. Here's a good example of what we were trying to think about earlier. I mean, the theme of this month is kind of painting black and highlighting that up. And if we pull in close here, we can see that he's pretty much painted it black with a couple of layers of highlight, and then he goes to those really sharp colors where the cloth is catching a little bit of light. I think that pulls off the technique pretty effectively. It's a signature Bleep Bloop black paint job. I can't get out of here though without giving you a compliment that I give you every time I look at your models, which is I think the skeleton portion, the bone portion, is the most standout component to all your models that you've done. I think that the contrast you've got, the way that you highlight, the way that we see all the individual digits on the hands, I think that's all really effective. The teeth as well. Really good looking stuff. Keep it up, and I'm glad to see that you're still working on this this AOS death project into 2017.
Yes, absolutely. You're dead on the black. I agree. I have one crazy thought. I don't know if it's true or not, but here's my only thought. Oftentimes, in the past, when Bleep Bloop has done halves, he doesn't follow physics with the light. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Which actually works very well with his paint style. Here, I think he kind of did, like, to a point, but then not. Because, like, the angle of this is strange, right? Theoretically, it would catch the light along this side and be very dark underneath or whatever, because the weird angle is holding it at. But I don't think it matters much. And I wonder if the right point wouldn't have been to have two hot spots of light, one here and one here, to further draw the attention into this area, because we want a lot of focus right here, right at the face of the miniature. This is where the action's at. I wonder if a neat point of hot right here wouldn't have drawn some more attention, and then that would have avoided the light into light. Like, what I mean by that is we got the sharp edge and we meet the hottest spot of the wood at the same time, right? I wonder if maybe this shouldn't be slightly shadow being dark and then a hot spot here going into dark and then a hot spot here, dark. And so we would literally be orienting down the blade. Light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
matching that very contrast heavy style that Bleep Bloop does here. Because if you look at this is all just light, dark, light, dark, light, right? He orients so fast and so hard that it's striking from an incredible distance because he's making these unbelievable transitions. So I wonder, but the haft feels almost flat by comparison, right? That's my only thought here for you, Bleep. I don't know if it would work. This is just what's in my head as a thought, but it might bring the haft feels a little bit, I don't know, yeah, flat to me compared to the rest of the mini. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Worth trying for sure.
All right.
Give it a little test.
There you go. Kieran, any thoughts from you, sir?
No, the whole time you guys were talking, I actually stopped at, let's look at this guy's black.
Just been staring at it.
I was thinking about that. See my thought, I guess, when I thought of this is the whole across the shoulders or whatever that guy has, would be the place where light contacts, right? So my tendency,
the hump.
which I've done, the hump, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I would do. My tendency would be to do a whole lot of highlight, but that didn't work for me. So I got to think of that differently. You know, I mean, it looks fine, and his paintwork is wonderful here, but I just don't know that should be absolute darkness at the very top of that. It's counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, there I think you could have thrown another line down. And when I do that, when I do my crosshatch kind of method, I usually do some thin lines with like X's almost, kind of like an X pattern to give a little bit of the sense of the fabric as well. So yeah, that's one area where I think he could have thrown down another line.
Well, it's more than just a line. Like, I think that whole area up there should be paler, I guess is what I'm saying. Shouldn't be absolute black.
Oh,
anyway.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell on that too much, guys. We've talked about me painting my.
No, it's fine. It's very interesting. There's a lot to unpack here, and obviously, any month where we're blessed with a Bleep Bloop submission is always a good month. That's for sure. But yeah, I could see like an X, like what you're talking about there, to match what the rest of the style is, like sort of the X highlighting style up top here. I could see that.
Yeah,
so,
that's probably what I would do. Yeah.
Yep. All righty, we're almost to the end of the month, there, gentlemen. We got 4 left. So let's do this. I would love to take Steve Wren's wonderful War Altar here. If Jeff, we're gonna let you take Victor's last one of the month. We don't want to just have the Kieran Victor show here for him.
No, and Victor should hear from other people besides just me.
Yes, and then Kieran, if you want to take Chris Smith's and then transition into your Terracotta Warriors and your other Malifaux things, and we'll finish off with you because you were the last submission of the year. How about that? You got it in. All right.
I did.
So this is a conversion of, I think, like a privateer press model, right? Like a War Machine Hordes model.
Yep.
as his war altar, obviously with one of the Nurgly guys on top. So this is great. I mean, it's gross, but it's pretty great. Let's talk about the things I really like here. Let me just zoom back out to this. This piece right here will capture it perfectly. One of the things that we've been talking to Steve about in previous months is that I felt his metal was often flat and sort of like it didn't have the same life and vibrance that a lot of his other colors did, which is a shame because metal is obviously one of the most reflective surfaces and should have the most play of light on it. And yet here, he has just beat all my expectations. It's great. Look at these wonderful shadows and lines around these bright catches. Like, let's zoom in here and take a look. Look at how much wonderfully darker the top up here is. He's worked in some shades and stuff up top. We're catching with this wonderful highlight, this brighter silver here, this silver type gold here on the edge. Just fantastic. Like, he's got good sharp edges. Like, let's take a look at how well these edges are catching the light here on this and here, right? Here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful sharp gold work. That gold is striking from like way out here. I love it. It's great. As usual, Steve's base work is something to behold. This weird alien mixture of natural life being infused with this nerdly chaotic madness. So that's pretty sweet. The bone work I like very much. He's using this sort of lined, you know, kind of method that we often talk about, right? Of having the striations being drawn down into the darker parts. I think that looks pretty good. Let me see if we can get a more straight on shot here. The only thing I'm not sure about is the guy feels fairly unconnected from the mini. Like the two things that jump out at me here, Steve, is the guy up here feels fairly unconnected because he has no purple and very little gold on him. Like his scythe here is this gold, but he himself has basically no purple until I spin around. So where do I have a back shot? No, well, he's wearing a purple cloak. I can tell because there it is. That's about the most of it we get, which is good. So from the back, it would look more aligned, but from the front, it doesn't. I would have loved to see maybe the shoulder pad be purple, or that, you know, like the haft, or some more purple worked into his flesh, or something like that, just to kind of draw the two together a little. I mean, I understand they're two completely separate beings in the world, but just kind of alignment.
Even something like the straps on the skulls.
Sure.
They're tying them together to the bone.
Purple runes on the skulls you could honestly push it in a lot of different ways simultaneously, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd love to see a little more of the green pulled down here into the model besides just the tongue. The tongue almost doesn't show up because it reads as part of the base, because you've got the sort of same green tones working down here on the base. Whereas I think we could have some of those greens up here, say like some of these guts could have been green. Or something like that. We could have some green horns or something here. You know, I don't know. Like you could probably pick various little things. We could have some green Nurgle's rot kind of postulating around, all sorts of things like that. So I think that the coherence, this often happens when you put together very different models that had no business sort of, originally intended to go together. I think they work like aesthetically extremely well together. This thing looks to me like a Nurgle war altar. I think it looks great. But I think paint scheme wise, we have to then make sure we're drawing it together. So all in all, though, this is an absolutely fantastic piece, Steve. And as I said, I just want to reinforce this. You nailed it on the metalwork, buddy. It was the first thing I saw when this loaded up into PmP. I heard a hallelujah chorus, my friend, because it's perfect. It's great. Keep it up.
This is a massive thing too. Like this is about 10 inches tall.
I think so. Yeah, it's really big because this guy's not a small dude, right? And like, look how small he is compared to this thing.
We're in the 15-inch range, I think.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite massive.
Super sweet. Any final thoughts there, gentlemen?
Yeah. Just to say, Vince, I don't think you touched on this. I was lost in Victor Quase's model for a moment there. So I might have missed it, but I don't think you said about the basing. So when we've looked at Steve's Wood Elves previously, one of the comments that I think I made, if I recall correctly, is that I liked the basing, but in a couple areas, I thought there was almost a little bit too much in that there was a couple too many colors, for example, with his basing materials. Here, I think he's pulled back on that quite a bit, and I think the base is even more effective and even more impressive. So, you know, the most dramatic color on there is the pink little flower section there, but I think it works really well, and I think all the colors are harmonious, and so I think it's a case of less is more, and I think it makes it a really strong footing for the model.
Agreed.
My tiny little thing is more about color temperature. So all of the ribbing that goes along his tentacles look as a very cold sort of bone color, and the bone sides, for example, is very warm. It matches up with gold, etc., etc. And that's the only cold spot when I look at this model, is those things there.
It's a good catch.
So
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. Well done. I don't know if this is going to show up. I think Steve is going to meet me at Warhammer World this coming month. So he had mentioned bringing his Nurgle Force. So I'll report back how big it is if he ends up bringing it in person.
There you go. Yeah. Hopefully you don't hide under the table when he pushes that at you.
It's entirely possible. You can win through. It's a psychological war. All right.
Yeah. And I'm saying it here. If you're playing at Warhammer World with Steve Rand, you best be doing a battle report.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
All right. So Victor, I'm gonna breeze through the pleasantries because I know you're a good painter. Kieran knows you're a good painter. Vince does. The White Dwarf team, you know, some elite company there. We all know you're a good painter. And I think this is another example of that. I think the other Gore Chosen models that Kieran already reviewed this month are a testament to that as well. My favorite part about this is the flesh. I think that red flesh that you've highlighted up to a pink color is really impressive. The bone looks good. So very good stuff. I got two things that I want to take you to task for a little bit here, and we should stay on this picture because this is a good example of it. So two things. One is the way that you are using silver to highlight up the gold. You know I'm a fan of that from previous PmP videos. Vince is a different method he uses. I tend to like this method. I think it's good in a pinch. However, I think you want your silver highlights to be a little bit crisper, a little bit thinner, and a little bit sharper. So there are two areas here, for example, on the left thigh guard. There we've got a couple of slash marks. Those are a little bit chunkier than they might be. And then up on the shoulder, the piece of armor on the right-hand shoulder, those two thin lines, they're supposed to be like scratches or they're supposed to be edge highlights, and I think they're just about twice as thick as they need to be. Just going in there with a little bit thinner, smaller amount of paint on your brush, thinner strokes would do the trick there. So just trying to push you a little bit on that because, you know, we all know that you're an excellent painter and always looking for ways to make your painting even better. So that's my 2 cents on that. The other thing is the loincloth that you've got there that we see on the back of the model. I have to confess, I don't quite understand what you're going for. On the front, it's just red, yeah. On the back here, it looks like you're going for some sort of pattern, and I don't know. Possibly because the pattern is so similar to the way you've highlighted the flesh, it kind of gets lost there. Possibly I'm just not understanding what you're trying to do, but you know, we don't have the highlights in the normal places because you're doing this this freehand pattern on here, and so it's catching my eye really strangely, and so I'd just be curious to know what exactly you're going for here. I don't exactly know how to advise you as to what to do differently, because I don't quite know what you're trying to go for. But I'll just say that to my eye, it looks a little bit strange. And it takes away from, you know, all the other areas that I mentioned that are quite good, the bone, the flesh, and even here on the back, we can see the way that you've painted up the leather boots. It looks quite excellent. So those are my two critiques for you, just to push you a little bit further and try to help you think through a couple of portions of the model.
Yeah, you nailed exactly what I was going to say. So I'm totally on the page. I assume he was going for some kind of tangled sort of vine freehand, but I think it doesn't have the dark sort of edge around it that we need to actually see what the pattern is. right?
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Edging your freehand with some darker lines can be a good way to actually, make sure it stands out. All right. Chris Smith.
Right. I'm very interested in this. I was looking at this a little bit more closely, and when we carapace armor on this big guy and his two little followers, I kind of can think and imagine that Chris was going in one of two ways here. So if he's doing an armor plating that is this blue color, is one way to think of it. The other way that he kind of gives me the impression that he's trying to do with this is maybe he's trying to do it as a crystalline sort of a thing, because it can almost give that illusion, similar to what you do, Vince, with your ice bases, for example.
Right. Right.
Could be an illusion that he's trying to do that with these things. Either way, I think he's kind of hit it halfway in between as far as the visual end result of it. I got to admit that there's the photo itself is a little bit dark to be certain of this, and in a couple of snapshots it struggles to focus in on the right thing. Doing the hard carapace that sort of smooths the transition, most of that is really good. Like the transition of color is fine. But what gives me the impression that he's trying to do crystalline is he's got some hard highlights in a few different spots that go directionally to sort of give that gleam of light passing through. A couple of the points from this one that makes me think that is, if you look at the, left side breastplate, he's got a highlight going through there horizontally, whereas in another spot at a very different angle. And that is something that could be convincing if we were thinking of it as a reflective crystalline sort of thing, instead of just a smooth transition like he has on the arm plating, for example, and across the thumb and through the leg greaves, right? Either way, I think that your composition of things is really good here. It's fine. Color choices work out just perfectly. A little bit of green there for Jeff, just to make him happy. And in fact, maybe if we, again, with the idea of either going crystalline or carapace wise, we look at the shields that those little dudes are carrying. There's some very sort of hard lines that are going through there that makes me feel like he's trying to go the crystalline route. I think if you are, I think you need to be a little more deliberate in a couple of other places too, and do some real hard gleams of light that get to white, if that's actually what you're aiming at. And I'm only guessing here, Chris, but if you are trying to do that crystalline thing, you're not far away. But I think that it requires some actual almost to white captures of light. Think of the gemstones that we've looked at before and things like that. There's a point where the light comes in and the point where the light goes out. What's your impression of this when you first looked at it, guys? Did you feel that same way?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's some confusion on exactly what we're aiming at with the highlights. I think you're dead on. I agree with your commentary. We could either sharpen some up a bit or push it in one direction, like deepen our shadows a little more. And I think if we're going for that kind of a crystal thing, then we need to really, you have to go to extremes, right? Just like a gem where you've got to go to almost black, very extreme dark version of that color, and then up to that very white point of catch light or something like that. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and if you're going for the carapace thing, then I think that you just need to take away those sharp edges and be a little more smoother in your transition of color.
Right.
Which you have in a lot of places, but not in all the places.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, and you guys are touching on this. The way in which you gotta kind of pick the method that suits the type of effect you want to achieve. And so here, yeah, there's kind of a compromise between the two that makes it so that it doesn't quite fit in either camp. No, but I think Kieran, you've hit the nail on the head there.
All right. Let's finish out the month then, Kieran. It's all you, buddy.
Okay. Well, this is a model that I spent more time on the plinth that he's standing on than the model itself. I mean, this is supposed to be a terracotta warrior, so you're supposed to imagine that he's, just all carved out of stone. The model itself has a lot of, bumps and pock marks and pitting on it already sculpted in. So this was just simply a couple of colors, some pointed highlights, and then a couple of washes. So that was easy. To give it a little bit of life, I did some blue sort of spectral ghostliness around the fists and coming out of the eyes. So that was just to give it some kind of visual interest. The plinth itself, I kind of weathered with one of my new favorite washes, poop.
Oh yeah, heard
Can't
that.
get enough of that baby poop. That secret weapon baby poop.
Done by the Secret Weapon washes, yeah. So it's kind of, yellowy and browny and green all at the same time. It can be any of those three colors. But it works out on weathering stuff. That model.
Looks really nice. On the first image, real quick, I just want to comment on the color variation that you get there on that rock. I think it's really powerful.
Mm-hmm. Baby poop. Baby poop. It's very powerful.
Keep that in mind. I've heard that. Yeah. And so what's up next? There's like
in so many ways.
Yeah, there's like a goblin shooting a bunch of guns.
Yeah, so this
is this a gremlin?
He is called Bert Jebsen. He is the gremlin version of Kurt Russell from Big Trouble in Little China.
Gotcha.
So I overexposed a little photography here, but he's got a little tattoo on the shoulder. I did a little bit of sort of hot metal purpling and chestnut ink on the barrels. And otherwise, nothing too spectacular going on. I like to put a little bit of detritus on my bases for these guys, being that they're in the swamp bayou. But I don't think there's anything terribly exceptional with this guy that was adventurous. And then the last guy I did was Iggy. This is the last model I painted in 2016. So the things I did differently on him is going with a sort of dark ashen skin. So transition through a real dark brown and then started to mix in. I think Rackar's flesh is still a bit of a fleshy color that goes into the gray range. So I did that. And then just to be cute, I did a Hufflepuff scarf from his Hogwarts days.
So he's lactose intolerant, is what you're telling me, because he's a Hufflepuff.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
All right.
Well, I don't know anything about Harry Potter, but I do know that I like the pattern on that scarf. It's a really interesting way to break up that color and add a little bit of interest there. I think it came out quite well.
What was life like living on the moon for the past 10 years that you don't know anything about Harry Potter? I don't know how that would be humanly possible.
Dude, I watched like half of one of those movies and I was like, I'm all set.
Fair enough. All right. So, yeah, I'll say, Kieran, I think we need to, I think for your photos, I think we just need to turn the white balance down some because we've got, like you said, the overexposure. But I like the coloration on this. You've done like one of the things you're good at with the jean color. You always do a good job with the sort of natural denim material. And I think that's here again captured well. And it actually works really well the scarf is interesting in the composition of this piece, since the red works with the red of the fire and such, and the blue works with the blue of his blue jeans. That's a very clever, like it's a funny joke, the Hufflepuff scarf, but it's actually serving a very real aesthetic purpose on this mini at the same time, right? So I dig that.
Yeah, actually, about the jeans, flip back there. I think I got a backhand shot of Bert Jebsen over here.
Yeah, could you flip back to image 6?
Yeah, this one. This one I did a little bit of cross hatching on the back end of his jeans to make it look a little bit worn out, as well as on the front side of the knee as well. So those are a couple of spots of wear that I put some extra attention on.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, nice. It's a good point. Like denim has that worn out thing to it. The cloth texture being a big way to sell the realism of something like that. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Good stuff, man. Love it. I love all these Malifaux models. It's wonderful. All right.
Great character.
So, gentlemen, that brings us to
Yeah,
the
looking
end
great.
of another wonderful month, the end of 2016. I'll let you guys give your closing thoughts as well, but I just want to say, for me personally, this has been an absolutely stunning year. Amazing work from everybody in the PmP, watching the growth of everyone here, watching everybody, as I mentioned it earlier, participating, giving constant feedback. And I want to encourage everybody, if you watch this, turn on your notifications for the PmP in your email. So when people post, you get notified and you can comment. Doesn't mean you have to comment on every one. When you see something that interests you, give a shout out, say that you like it. You can make someone's whole month by just saying like, if that looks cool. Because it can be the motivation they need to keep painting. Think of you yourself when you get direct feedback. So, it's a good thing to do. Interact. As much as we love doing this, and I do really love this, those people who are out there giving the feedback every single day are honestly the real heroes and reason that the PmP engine works. So thank you to everybody who's submitted, to everybody who's given feedback. It's just been a fantastic 2016 at the PmP. Gentlemen, I'll let you give your closing thoughts there as well.
I think my my wireless internet is starting to fail me, so I'm gonna say this quickly as long as it's coming across. Am I coming across okay?
Yeah,
You are.
Okay, great. Just to say that 2016 is my first full calendar year with the PmP. I'm really happy and proud to be a part of the community. It's a place where we all get to come. Vince and Kieran and I get to come once a month and give this extensive feedback to fellow painters. But it's also a pleasure to stop in every couple of days and see what everyone else has been up to. It's been a pleasure getting to know everyone and see your work improve across the rewarding and enriching experience. And I want to say that it's also an honor to be able to come up here and pretend to know something about painting for a couple hours a month. That's a lot of fun. So thanks for having me. And I'm looking forward to entering 2017 and making it even better. Giving feedback and also submitting regularly to the PmP to hear what you guys think about what I'm doing. So thanks.
Absolutely. Kieran, your thoughts?
Well, on that tip, Jeff, I want to say that I think I appreciate your insights, as I'm sure that many others do. And Vince, I think that we look at models between the three of us in a lot of the same ways, but in enough different ways that we all have a different perspective on what appeals to us. And the sharing of our experiences together helps, well, self, if I want to look at this as a selfish angle, we talked about that today. But for everybody that's a part of that PmP, I'm sure that everybody takes something different away from each of us. And I think that holds its value, being that this is a trio that we come together and do this monthly. So for the PmP as a whole, the second thing that I would say is, through 2016, I appreciate the diversity more so than the years before that we've done this, Vince. We are seeing 40K stuff and fantasy stuff, of course, but we're also seeing more Malifaux things and historical guys into the 30K world. The Kingdom Death stuff has reared its head as well, and the whole spectrum, it's expanding, and that's wonderful to see, and it's very inclusive. To know that those listening out here that see this as an extension of Warhammer YouTubers, please recognize, like all these other good folks with the PmP, that it's more than just fantasy stuff. We love them all shapes and sizes. It's been great.
Exactly. 100% agreed. I just love great painted miniatures. Genre, size, none of that matters to me. It doesn't matter the game, it's the love of the game being miniature painting here. So, as Charles Dance famously said, the game is afoot. So, or the game is on, or whatever. It doesn't matter. You'd think I'd be quoting Sherlock Holmes. Nope, I'm quoting Dracula Untold. That's right. So, what I'll say is thank you very much, everybody. One thing I think one of our resolutions for 2017 is where we can, and occasionally we might have some guest judges join us. A little bit as well. We've talked about having some people throughout the community come and offer their own feedback. So that might happen a few times, assuming schedules all work out, so we can get even more variance of opinions in here. But certainly the three of us are going to keep plugging away. We look forward to another amazing year, and I can't wait to see how it all works out. So Jeff, Kieran, thank you very much for all of your time this year. To everybody out there, thank you again so much. Really appreciate it. And as always, we'll see you next time.